Fuck, sometimes I forget to mute my tab. Oh god, actually, this is so scuffed. I forgot I haven't plugged in my phone yet. Give me a second. Yeah, you got here right on time, Roser. Except my fucking phone isn't. God damn it. Chill out, bro. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna do it over Wi-Fi and figure this out. Buy a new phone. Yeah. Good idea. All right. We're actually ready. Hello. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Catching the beginning of a stream, what the hell is this? It's my fucked up schedule. I'm no longer streaming during normal hours. I know what I'm doing. Am I giving you the Protoss brain? Yes. Well, no, I gave it to myself. I played Protoss. I made the mistake myself. Alright. So you know how you end up doing your homework 10 minutes before a test? I'm reading up. Oh, oops. I'm reading up on articles an hour before the podcast. I don't do my homework. Nice, Rosig. Based. Stick it up to the man. We don't need no education. Just another cuck in the wall. Mom wants to know if you were up all night after all that €6 tea yesterday. Oh shit. No, I wasn't. I actually fell asleep really fast once I got back home. What's the topic? The topic is it's based off of the Kamala Harris's visit to Southeast Asia past what was it, like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and what it means for the future of US foreign policy in the post-Afghanistan war world. Well, post, we will see, we also see if there will be return deployments or not, but yeah. So the idea is to discuss what is the future Southeast Asian US policy, and also, oh, it's podcast day, yep. And also what is, obviously what's going to be the relation with China and stuff. Have fun. Thank you, Roserg. I will have fun. From what I've been reading, it seems mostly a question of creating diplomatic ties to fight to counteract China's kind of imperialist influence spreading, right? That's quite the complex topic to just talk out of your ass. I'm obviously an expert, okay? I'm not talking out of my ass. No one would ever talk about politics on a Twitch stream and talk out of their ass. What are you talking about? That would be insane. That would be deeply unethical. No one would do that. So the main, who else is on the podcast? Well, the usual suspects. So Chinchilla moderating, SenpaiChao and Elysium, and we have guests. I don't know who the guests are actually. I don't know who the guests are. But we have guests who are gonna be... It's me, smiley face, yes. It's you. In general, the talking points seem to be the South China Sea, because China has been expanding influence over there. Health initiatives. And those seem to be two main, like, practical topics, right? I think the West has pretty much given up on Hong Kong. It was only posturing and virtue signaling. I think we can all agree on that. It's kind of similar to the Crimea situation, right? Big authoritarian government annexes a small state or a small part of a state, and no one's willing to go to war over it. It's something I'm wondering how much like Putin's and Xi Jinping's behavior in those like aggressive annexations really reminds me of how in an abusive relationship you will have someone test your boundaries little by little to see just how much they can take from you, or how much you can take from them as in punishment if it's an abusive relationship. But in like international relationships, it's like the boundary testing is more like, oh, I can do this and you're not gonna fight back? Okay, that's cool, then I'll do it. Like slowly creeping up how much bullshit you can push through the international diplomatic scene without anyone batting an eye. Obviously, there can always be a breaking point. Oops, did I roll tanks into Crimea? Oops. Did I deploy unmarked troops into that speak Russian in Crimea? Oopsie whoopsie. I didn't mean to, but I guess it's part of Russia now. Oh well. What are you gonna do about it? Ooh. In Southeast Asia, Kamala Harris's message: you can count on the US. The Vice President rebuked China and sought to fortify the image of the United States as a credible ally amid growing questions about Afghanistan. I can highly recommend How Asia Works by Joe Studwell when it comes to economic development in Asia. Not sure if he's completely right, but makes quite a good case. Is that a book? I'm not going to be able to read a book on stream in 40 minutes. Just saying. Yeah, it's a book. Yeah, 472 pages is a bit much. Read faster. Yes, good idea, Elysium. Just a recommendation, good read. Maybe there's an audiobook. Oh yeah, let's download the audiobook and listen to it at like 20 times speed. Oh shit, Elysium, stop watching, okay? You're stream sniping my debate arguments, okay? This is unethical political discourse. I found it through SSC. Wait, what is SSC? Alright, I'll remember this book. I don't know if I'll like. Look, I'm currently in the middle of a full-on escapism, hero like fantasy reading phase. You should have a 15-minute delay like the Poker Bros. True. Yeah. Gotta protect our secrets from the other panelists. I wanted to check out this article real quick. Any reading is good, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure reading the Stormlight Archives will really improve my understanding of international geopolitics. Have you read Watchmen? I actually have read Watchmen, yeah. If we were talking about the comic book, I have read it. Well, I have read it, but I've also skipped like parts of it because it's like one of those comic books that has a shit ton of text, and who the fuck reads comics to like read huge paragraphs? Yeah, the graphic novel really good. Yeah, it's really good. I'm kind of memeing. It's really good. I highly recommend it. Obviously, there's reasons why it's critically acclaimed, and got turned into like one of the best comic book movies ever. To be honest, it's some good ass statesmanship in the Stormlight Archives. I don't know. Sadius did nothing wrong. Yeah, pretty much. It's not. It's very. It's not very. How to put it? I don't know. Fantasy tends to be more about creating situations that conform to ideals than exploring realities. How Asia works is mostly about economic development and why some Asian countries completely outperformed others in the second half of the 20th century. Not sure if it's topical enough for what you said. Yeah, I guess that's a different subject. But here's the book review. That actually interests me because a while ago I was reading articles trying to explain why Japan was such an economic success compared to other Asian countries. It was specifically around some discussing some like pro and anti-communist papers or arguments, and how I don't remember all of the details, but basically Japan was a really interesting case study in how certain economic policies really helped it develop, and how it was used and misused as an example for different arguments. I don't remember the details, so all that stuff like drained out of my brain when I started playing Protoss. Alright, I'll check this out, but not right now. In the South China Sea, we know that Beijing continues to coerce, to intimidate, and to make claims to the vast majority of the South China Sea, Ms. Harris said in Singapore. She added that China's unlawful claims had continued to undermine the rules-based order and threaten the sovereignty of nations. Sag. The White House is aiming to refocus U.S. foreign policy strategy on competing with China's rising economic influence, rather than on continuing to fight forever wars, such as the 2-decade-long conflict in Afghanistan. The chaotic effort to evacuate Americans and Afghan allies from Kabul has overshadowed the Vice President's trip. That is true, which began on Sunday in Singapore and took her to Vietnam on Tuesday. Ms. Harris's overseas trip, her second as Vice President, gained heightened urgency in the days before she boarded Air Force Two. The journey has been seen as a chance to bolster economic and security ties with key partners in Singapore and Vietnam, a crucial piece of President Biden's strategy in the South China Sea. But in the wake of the haphazard withdrawal from Afghanistan, her trip became the administration's first test of the White House efforts to reassure the world that it can still be a trusted international partner. For Ms. Harris, that has meant that reassuring nations in the South China Sea of the administration's credibility while confronting questions about whether the United States had abandoned its allies in Afghanistan. Yeah, and on the same topic, I was talking about Crimea earlier. This is something I mentioned on stream several times. If we were to go into the specific contract that was signed between the between Russia and the US and Ukraine concerning Ukraine's or Ukraine relinquishing its nuclear weapons, the treaty had both Russia and the US guaranteeing with their diplomatic and military power Ukraine's borders in exchange for Ukraine giving up their nuclear weaponry. So it's not just Russia invalidating Ukraine's borders, it's also Russia going against a treaty that they signed with Ukraine, and the US not respecting that treaty either in not defending Crimea. And now there's Afghanistan, which supposedly the US was supposed to prop up the government there. The recent track record on propping up allies in tough situations is not that good. Hong Kong is more of a UK problem than a US problem, but still they're close allies. And obviously it's an issue that the US has a stake in as well. That pressure is likely to increase when Ms. Harris has a series of meetings in Hanoi on Wednesday and Thursday. Her senior aides have faced questions about the historical parallel between the US evacuation of American citizens in 1975 from Saigon and the situation in Kabul, replete with scenes of desperate Afghans running behind US military planes and of American citizens, Afghan allies and their relatives crowded into the Kabul airport and stuck in limbo. Even the vice president's travel to Vietnam from Singapore faced challenges. Her trip to Hanoi was delayed on Tuesday night for more than 3 hours because of a report of a possible anomalous health incident. The term the Biden administration uses to refer to cases of so-called Havana syndrome attacks, the unexplained headaches, dizziness, and memory loss reported by scores of State Department officials, CIA officers, and their families. What? What is that? What? The fuck is this? I never heard about it. You reached your limit of free articles, fuck. While the leading theory in the Havana syndrome cases is directed microwave attacks? What? What? What is this shit? This is a set of medical signs and symptoms reported by United States and Canadian embassy staff in Cuba dating back to late 2016, as well as subsequently in some other countries, including the United States, Austria, and Germany. While the etiology remains unknown, multiple theories ranging from directed energy weapons to mass psychogenic illness have been proposed. I mean, seriously, you guys know it's from 5G, yeah. They should put some like put some shungite around the embassies. It's a meme where diplomats get sick for mysterious reasons, but it seems to be targeted. Is it really targeted when you get sick, living and functioning in a foreign country? You guys realize that people living in different biomes and different countries have different have different intestinal flora, and changes in that intestinal flora and the balance in that intestinal flora are like have huge effects on your well-being and your health. No, they have cellular damage. Do they? I guess we will see. Brain damage sick, not normal sick. Huh. Okay, the health problems typically had a sudden onset. The victim would suddenly begin hearing strange grating noises that they perceived as coming from a specific direction. Some of them experienced it as a pressure or a vibration, or as a sensation comparable to driving a car with the window partly rolled down. The duration of these noises ranged from 20 seconds to 30 minutes, and always happened while the diplomats were either at home or in hotel rooms. Some US Embassy individuals have experienced lasting health effects, including one unidentified diplomat who is said to now need a hearing aid. The State Department declared that the health problems were either the result of an attack or due to exposure to an unknown device, and declared that they were not blaming the Cuban government, but would not say who was to blame. Affected individuals described symptoms such as hearing loss, memory loss, and nausea. Speculation centered around the sonic weapon. Where's that brain damage shit? Oh yeah, studies regarding injury. Let's read that paragraph. It's even happened to a diplomat in DC while in a car at an intersection, I believe. Interesting. Is it really targeted if you get sick and die under social? Ay, good one. At the request of the US government, University of Pennsylvania researchers examined 21 affected diplomats, and the preliminary results were published in the Journal of the American Medical Association. The report found no evidence of white matter tract abnormalities in affected diplomats beyond what might be seen in a control group of the same age, and described a new syndrome in the diplomats that resembles persistent concussion. While some of those affected recovered swiftly, others had symptoms lasting for months. The study concluded that the diplomats appear to have sustained injury to widespread brain networks. Some experts criticized the study, arguing that there was no proof that any kind of energy source affected the They're not talking about energy sources, they're just saying that there are lesions. That is correct, the study is just saying that they noticed lesions. Subsequent study findings by the University of Pennsylvania team, published in July 2019, found that compared to a healthy control group, the diplomats who had reported injury had experienced brain trauma. Advanced MRI scans revealed differences in whole brain white matter volume, regional gray and white matter volume, cerebellar microstructural integrity, and functional connectivity in the auditory and visuospatial subnetworks, but found no differences in executive functions. The study concluded that the US government personnel had been physically injured in a way consistent with the symptoms that they described, but expressed no conclusion on the cause or source of the injury. Yeah. These are all side effects of cocaine use, no coincidence though. Wait, no. No way. I know that MDMA use has potential of causing like brain lesions. I don't know that cocaine use can cause that. Douglas H. Smith, a co-author of the JAMA study, said that microwaves were considered a main suspect. 2018 study published in the journal Neural Computation by Beatrice Alexander Golomb rejected the idea that a sonic attack was the source of the symptoms, and concluded that the facts were consistent with pulse radiofrequency/microwave radiation exposure as a source of injury. Do we have studies of like that something that's probably just nocebo or something? I mean, it could be, but the injuries are real. And the injuries happening to a specific group of people is definitely worth investigating. Golomb wrote that the nature of the noises reported by the diplomats was consistent with sounds caused by pulsed RF microwaves via the Frey effect. Interesting. 2. The signs and symptoms reported by the diplomats matched symptoms from radiofrequency microwave exposure, problems with sleep, cognition, vision, balance, speech, headaches, sensations of pressure or vibration, nosebleeds, brain injury, and brain swelling. 3. Oxidative stress provides a documented mechanism of radiofrequency microwave injury compatible with reported signs and symptoms. And 4. In the past, the US Embassy in Moscow was subject to a microwave attack. Did it cause similar injuries? Consequences. The program was shut down in 1969 with an effect of the signal on behavior and/or biological functions deemed too subtle or insignificant to be evident. Okay, so this is a meme. They actually found no adverse health effects in Moscow from this. 1969, nice, yeah. Okay, so this one's dumb. And Trinit linked me articles saying that the claims of microwave attacks are scientifically implausible. Oh god, another article we can't read. Probably can just authorize JavaScript. We JavaScripting. Allow Azure websites, whatever. This music is cheesy. Okay, I can't. I don't know why, but I can't read the rest of the article. Whatever, I'll read another one of those you linked. The real story behind the Havana embassy mystery. Blah blah blah. It was annoying to the point where you had Several months later, a third staffer at the embassy described suffering from hearing loss. Let's go to where they're talking about microwaves. Sift through these scientific feuds and media battles, however, and you'll end up at a single unified theory that fully explains the diverse symptoms of the injured diplomats, as well as the seemingly inexplicable circumstances surrounding their ailments. Unlike a futuristic gun, it turns out the cause of the pain and suffering at the American embassy in Havana appears to be as old as civilization itself. Over the centuries, it has been responsible for some of the most confounding epidemics in human history, from the Middle Ages in Europe to colonial America. And in Cuba, it appears to have been weaponized for our time, opening up a whole new battlefield in Donald Trump's war on reality. From the time it was reopened by Barack Obama in July 2015, after a half-century of Cold War tensions, the American embassy in Havana felt like a place in the crosshairs. CIA agents returned to Cuba under the same regime that the agency had repeatedly tried and failed to overthrow. Tensions spiked in September 2017 after Secretary of State Rex Tillerson summoned home some 24 afflicted diplomats and staffers to undergo medical tests at the University of Pennsylvania. Patterns of injuries were most likely related. Okay, whatever. We already read about that. One of the chief difficulties of using sound that people can hear as a weapon is that it dissipates quickly. Yeah, it's probably not. It's definitely not a sonic weapon. That seems very unlikely. Bro, don't even try, I just skimmed it so long. TLDR, it was mass hysteria. Oh yeah, holy shit, this article is so long. Podcast starting soon and we're reading about fake news. Omega lol, who streams on YouTube? I know, right? It was too much gabagool, yes. Too much gabagool in the embassy. Okay, I'll just Control F microwaves. I want to see what they mention about this. Sonic weapons. Like sonic weapons are a weird thing. Like they would not be undetectable. It could certainly all be psychogenic. It could, but to the point of making of microwaves aren't real. The podcast is the fake news. Damn liberals, true. Do you really have? Man, would you really have the fucking what's it called? Would you really have a brain trauma from a nocebo effect? Like, how long would you need to have that nocebo effect for it to start manifesting brain trauma is the thing that I'm wondering. Those aren't well studied aspects of our biology, so it's kind of open to speculation. I can definitely see. I could definitely give credence to the idea that people. Hey M, how are you doing? I could definitely give credence to the idea that people who are sitting around in an embassy in Cuba for the first time in dozens of years would be really like stressed out about weird spy shit, and that would hurt them. Psychological contagion, it turns out, happens all the time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's the theory. It's a theory. Some scientists, including physicist Peter Zimmermann, bioengineers, etc., consider the microwave hypothesis to be implausible, while with Ballo calling the National Academy's conclusion science fiction. Nice. Let's read that article. Oh, come on. Shit. Why does the outline work anymore on that shit? We didn't have information on individual people, including who was first affected, who was later affected, what their connections were. Given those limits, the panel focused on the acute, immediate symptoms reported among the diplomats in Havana: loud sounds, pressure, vibrations, ear pain, and headaches. The panel also excluded recent reports of similar injuries in Canadian tourists and US diplomats in China. Yeah, you can't really do like a proper epidemiology study without like even having the timeline of who felt what effects, etc. It's not really epidemiology in the sense that it's probably not a disease, but yeah, basically the conclusion seems to be no one fucking knows what actually caused it, and there's a bunch of theories around. But all we know is that people actually were injured. Interesting. Anyways. My conclusion, wait for a whistleblower, otherwise not worried. Yeah. I feel like, honestly, this might sound dumb, but I feel like there's a really easy way of figuring out if this is even plausible. It's to make a bunch of microwave guns and run tests on like rats, and if they're conclusive, then run tests on like monkeys. Make sure you bring up the Havana syndrome in the podcast. Yes, I will. Of course I will. Let's fucking derail it completely. Hey guys, did you know Cuba is shooting microwaves into our brains to deactivate the 5G vaccine chips? Just run them on humans, otherwise you're not sure. I know, right? If you open the door of a regular microwave, it turns into a microwave gun. See, that's not really how it... Please don't. Turn it... Can't you recognize my parody irony voice? Alright. Let's finish this article real quick. Ms. Harris's spokeswoman said she was healthy and would proceed with meetings in Hanoi. And in Singapore, Ms. Harris pressed on with her message. I'm standing here because of our commitment to a long-standing relationship, which is an enduring relationship, with the Indo-Pacific region, with Southeast Asian countries, and in particular with Singapore, the Vice President said a day earlier alongside Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong of Singapore during a news conference dominated by questions about Afghanistan. Dad's home. Hey, Kino. I sent it before you started doing the irony voice. Yeah, Okay. Oh, wait, you mean... Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, the stream delay, sure. Name on the pod, suddenly a conspiracy nut. Segues every time he can talk into a conspiracy. Increased American and Asian relationship will only benefit the elites, and they drink the blood of children. No, you don't... No, Chinchilla, you're so fucking naive. You're such a sheeple. Don't you understand that the ties... the increased American ties with Southeast Asia are there only to secure reptilian breeding grounds. It's not about the elites. It's not about the blood of the children. It's about reptiles needing the tropical biomes of Southeast Asia to ensure their reproduction. You don't understand anything. Holy shit! I'm gonna need to school you. And pizza, yes. Pizza is an essential part of any reptilian's diet, of course. Fools thinking it's about the children. Look, this clearly undermines the rule-based international society, and that's the actual problem. That, but also to post the communist agenda, to have more interracial dating, and to dilute races. Oh god. Oh, Chinchilla, can we get a sneak peek on who's going to be invited to the podcast? Or I guess we're gonna know in 15 minutes, so there's no need for spoilers. But I kind of want the spoilers, you know. I can't resist asking, at least. Only Facts TV. Oh wait, you did say it in Discord. I fucking forgot. I'm so sorry. Only Facts TV, cool. Wait, I think I've seen like tweets by that guy. Twitter.tv. Sure, Only Facts TV? Is that's not him. No, that's not that's not him. Okay, I have no clue what I'm looking for. Oh, this guy. Oh yeah, it's this guy. Cool. Only Facts can be pretty malding on Twitter and Twitch chat. Omega lol. Okay. Yes, Monsieur Neyman, tell me what to think. Sure. Oh shit, what's this take? What's this drama? Okay, let's derail. Okay, I got it, Chinchilla. I got the derail I'm going to prepare. I'm going to derail Only Facts into talking about Vosh and some ACAP shit.
And you're still in that little haze, that fog, that you're like half asleep, half sleepwalking. We don't know, right? But to go by this these pedantics of, well, according to the blah, 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 she was standing at the time. And now I'm not going to get into conspiracy theory and talk about, well, who wrote that report? Or, well, how do we know? But at the end of the
I know
day,
what they're talking
an
about.
innocent woman was killed. And I see people use that as this like big indictment on Vosh. Or other stupid. So then the saying goes like this. Well, we have to keep ourselves accountable so that if we don't.
I don't know the full story. Is this the podcast guest? Yeah, guest. Yeah, that's him. I don't know what the story is. Actually, but I saw a relevant talking about it. I like tuned in for 2 minutes, and it's something happened with a policewoman. Vosh said something about it. A lot of people are butthurt about what Vosh said about it. Destiny disagrees with it, and there's something about a panic attack in the whole story. That's like all I gathered, and honestly, I'm sorry, but I don't know anything else about it. I'm not that interested. We hope Afghanistan does not become an epicenter for terrorism again. Let's hope that, yeah. We're just gonna talk Vosh and Destiny, yeah. Is this the one with 2 women in the mall store? I have no fucking clue, Kartoffelkov. I actually have no fucking clue what it's about. Like, where it happened. I just listed everything I know about it. Which is barely anything. Hey, look, Chinchilla. Maybe if we orbit all those big streamers, we will finally like crash into them. Copium. It's worked for other people, okay? Or orbiting. I love how fucking in the whole Twitch meta, it's simultaneously really looked down on to be too blatant about orbiting and cloud chasing. But at the same time, it's the most fucking effective way of growing your channel. And it's to get into a discussion with a much bigger person, or into drama, or an agreement or a disagreement, anything with a much bigger channel. It's like all that matters. Just talk shit about Vosh or Destiny until they come on. Yeah, it depends on how you do it. Obviously, yeah, there's ineffective ways of doing it, but in general, if you do it in general, it's probably the most effective way of being discovered, right? Even if you do it badly, it's like bad publicity is still better than no publicity. You know what I mean? Like, didn't Vosh's like online notoriety start off with getting outed for some like sex pest stuff in DGG? I vaguely remember some drama like that, because a lot of streamers do it. They get a spike and then nobody is going to watch you. Yeah. I know. Like, and obviously, if you're not like entertaining or making interesting content, if all you have is the drama, either you keep making more and more drama, like what the fuck's his name, Keemstar. You just make your entire content and your entire concept drama non-stop, or you actually have something to offer outside the drama, and then you can retain viewers, right? Vosh is the original Destiny clone, but didn't he outpace him intellectually? Infrared, I don't know who that is. I'm gonna make some tea. I want to be ready for this podcast, and I think I'll be more ready for this podcast by making a good cup of tea than by speed reading this article. I'll be right back. Ooh. Of course, ooh. If you orbit everyone, eventually they will all orbit you. That's actually big-brained. That's actually really smart, Cowturd. I like that. I love that. Maybe that's my strategy, okay? I'm orbiting Chinchilla. I orbited Elysium for a while. Maybe I can do that astronomy thing where you like swing. You use they do it in The Expanse in the first season. They like swing around around like moons and planets, the slingshot maneuver, to accelerate more and more. That face when Neymannen. True. Did you finish Expanse, by the way? Yeah, I'm caught up on Expanse. I was caught up a while ago. I didn't watch all of the when Soap was streaming it, but I because of time zones and everything. But I ended up watching it by myself. Fucking, it's really fucked up my my sleep schedule too. Fucking binged through it. Technically, everyone just orbits the center of gravity, so they're orbiting you just as much as you're orbiting them. True. Most people on Twitch got their fame from others. Name any Twitch star except the FPS gods, and I can tell you why they are famous. Probably. Wait. I actually disagree. I think most people, a lot of people got famous through like we were saying, orbiting or like leeching or whatever you want to call it. You can call it in better ways, like someone else helping them. But I think the main way to be famous on Twitch is to just already be famous outside of it. Like when T-Pain starts his Twitch channel, you know he's gonna have at least he's gonna be at least a 1K Andy. When fucking networking, yeah, like I think one of the best examples of it is if look at someone like Purge Gaming. He made the best guys for Dota 2 in the entire world. He was a name you had to know when you wanted to learn to play Dota 2, and even when you are like a medium or even a high skilled player, he still had stuff to like teach you and tell you about. And that meant that, look, he starts streaming, he's got like tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people who recognize him, who want to watch him play, who want to hear his opinions and his advice. And obviously he's like a fucking sexy ass voice. Did you see the news about Lafarge? No. Well, what is that? Oh, Lafarge in Syria. Oh shit, I remember this. Oh no, oh shit. Oh shit. Purge is just his voice? No, Purge is his expertise on Dota 2. And his voice. Is this PogChamp really, though? Oh yes, this is PogChamp. Oh shit. Okay, okay, so what happened? Lafarge is one of the bigger French construction contractors. Oh, you were memeing, okay. One of the bigger French construction contractors, and they were involved in Syria with some very unethical dealings. They were being sued for being complicit in crimes against humanity, basically. They managed to get the. So in November 2019, they managed to get the investigation annulled by the Court of Appeals, and the higher court canceled the appeal. So they're back, paying millions to ISIL. Yes. That's what was going. They were actually financing Daesh in Syria. They literally had business dealings with Daesh. Actually prosecuting big business, Poggies. Yeah. Yeah, this is really good. We do a little war crimes, hey. You know, just financing a death terrorist cult. The transition of becoming an e-celeb doesn't always work, however. Yeah. Transitioning from different platforms is always complicated. Okay, so it used its subsidiary in Syria from 2013 to 2014, moving around up to 13 million euros to terrorist groups. Daesh was fighting in Syria, yeah. Alright, it's almost 10 o'clock. I gotta go join our buddy. Shit, I still haven't made a proper scene for the podcast. Alright, let me just duplicate this scene. Call it Lib Praxis. And then what do? We remove That face when my name and grinder counter is hitting double digits. What? What do you mean? I'm sorry. What is a name and grinder counter? Oh, crap. I have a sound problem. Hello? Can you say something, Ilisium?
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Okay, sound problem fixed.
Good. Do you like have a different mic set or something?
Nah, it's the usually I have the what's his name? Usually I have my headphones, I deactivate the headset mode of them because the headset mode really reduces sound quality, both incoming and outgoing. It's a limitation of the Bluetooth protocol. The Bluetooth protocol can only support sound streaming, like one Bluetooth connection can only support sound streaming at 48 kilohertz for the sample rate. But if you want proper sound that covers the entire breadth of human hearing, you need to have a sample rate at least 44 kilohertz. 48 kilohertz is standard for cinema. 44.1 kilohertz is standard for audio CDs. To give you some perspective on it. So what happens? So what happens when a Bluetooth headset with only one Bluetooth modem and chip goes into input-output mode, like a headset mode, where there's the microphone is working and the headset is working, it splits up the available samples between the outgoing samples and the ingoing samples, making like both sides of the audio interaction kind of crappy. It's good enough for like a phone call, but it's really shitty for like streaming.
I mean, okay, cool. I followed almost none of that.
Okay.
Bluetooth,
if you're
interested, not good enough. Got it.
Yeah, if you're interested in the details, look up the Shannon-Nyquist theorem. It explains it explains why to replicate a waveform that is you basically need twice as many samples as the maximum frequency you want to be able to replicate. And actually, you need a little bit more. Oh shit! You have hands. Oh crap!
Oh, shit.
Holy shit! Ilisium has hands tracking. He's no longer gonna be able to like masturbate during the podcast.
No, don't out me.
Yeah, it's like this. Stream.
Alright, I'll be right back.
All right.
Be right back. You can masturbate. Just rip one, quick one out.
What happened with your mic, Chinchilla? It sounds weird.
Oh, yeah, I got the air conditioning. I got that on, so I will turn it off.
Okay.
I think that's. Hello.
Hello.
Is it better now?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to set it off. Like, so OnlyFlex, yeah, I think he's about to hop in, and then we're gonna start. So, because Chao, like basically like missed me, that he's gonna be a little bit later.
Okay.
So, yeah. How you been, name?
Good.
Yeah.
I'm very happy with the IRL stream. I ordered a mic exactly because of the headset stuff I was talking about. I ordered this little mic that Bucher recommended for me because he shit.
Wait, can you tell me about the wavefront again? How it needs to collapse correctly for the microphone?
Hey, got him. He's talking about waveforms. What a nerd.
What a nerd.
All right, there you go. I got a little lapel microphone. I'll be able to hook up to my phone while streaming. And yeah, that's gonna be pretty poggers. I checked out like some reviews and shit for it, and I haven't tested it yet. Actually, I was thinking of maybe using it for today's stream, but then I like had other shit to do.
But that was for the IRL thing.
Yeah, this is mostly going to be for IRL. Like I have no doubt that my Zoom recorder is like much better quality. I'll test it though. This is like a fucking $20 microphone, but apparently it's like really decent. The like the videos I've seen that are recorded on it are it sounds great for what I'm gonna use it for.
Yeah, it's like honestly, like I would love to know more about IRL, like because it's definitely something that I would be interested in doing as well.
Hells yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
What IRL streaming do either of you guys want to do?
Sorry?
I already am an IRL streamer. Yesterday, check the VOD, ilisium.
What did you do?
I walked around Paris a bit. I showed off the in the 12th and 13th district around the Seine.
Then he went to a strip club.
Just like walking around, showing stuff off and chatting, and then I went to eat some pho soup in the 13th because this is like I hate calling it Chinatown because people call it Chinatown even though it's mostly Vietnamese. I just it's kind of cringe to call it Chinatown. But anyway, there's this like a mainly Asian part of Paris, so lots of really good Asian restaurants, and notably pho, because that's like.
Did you bring your samurai sword?
No. I actually have. Well, I don't have it. My mom has it, but my dad used to be like really advanced in this like form of sword martial arts stuff. He actually has a real samurai sword that someone gifted him, and my mom has it. It's really cool. I loved like showing it off to friends when they would come over. I was a teenager.
So you're saying he studied the blade, huh?
He did study the blade, yes. He actually studied the dual wielding blades. It was like a dual wield martial arts.
Holy shit! Okay,
yeah.
That's pretty bug.
It's pretty fucking fog, yeah.
What I always found so funny is like here we got like Asian food, right? And Asian food is actually like it's more like Indonesian food. So or Chinese, they call it Chinese food, but it is actually like more Indonesian food.
Yeah.
So which is like always like pretty weird, to be fair. Like, but yeah, that happens because but I wonder how that is within Asia itself. If they mix up like all the different things, like if they say like, well, pizza that's from France, right? The baguette that's from Italy. I don't know. Maybe you know a little bit more about that name, but.
I don't. Yeah. Oh, hey, Halifax.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. I didn't mean to interrupt. Is my sound okay? Is there like, can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah,
probably a tiny bit low, but other than that, it's great.
Yeah, you could turn up the volume a bit. The game.
Okay, what about now?
Oh, perfect.
Now? Okay, cool. If I get too loud, I'm still learning the ins and outs of some of this stuff. So thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, SenpaiChao is running a little bit late.
Oh wow, okay.
But that's all right. But he will come. So again, Dane, please, like you were saying something. So I really will know about this.
Wait, can you repeat the question? You're
basically if they mix up the all the European things in Asia, because you.
Oh right.
Because since we do that here, right?
They, I don't know, the like having the things be like their own specific like identities was pretty important. So like there was when you have like a French bakery in China, it's actually they like play up the. They like play up the fact that it's specifically French. It might not have like actual French pastry chefs behind the scenes or whatever, but they're gonna like put the flags and do the whole like decoration and all that stuff. They're not gonna go for like a European identity, though. The actual food there might be from other countries of Europe because they don't necessarily know like what specifically belongs to this or that country always. But yeah.
Like the weird thing here in the Netherlands is that if they have like a Chinese or any Asian related like cuisine, they only hire Asian people, which I found, yeah. they only so they. I remember that I was working for this agency, and it was basically like one big stadium, and that big stadium, they had like different stances, and then you could basically just apply, and then you could basically go behind all the stances except where they had like Asian food. That's where they made like the separation, and only Asian people could like work there. Which, yeah, I'm not quite sure if that's like a good idea, but it's kind of weird, honestly.
That might be illegal in a lot of countries, honestly.
It's yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was going to compare it to something in the United States where I forgot what kind of franchising it is, whether it's Koreans in the laundromat service and the dry steaming service, or there's another kind of service. But literally in China, they have these like agreements with states and countries where only they go in and set up like 200, like in the middle of like Alabama, you'll find like this like restaurant or this a laundromat, and it's set up the same everywhere. And that's because like maybe I'm wrong, but from what I heard was in China there'll be like this village, we're gonna train and get you guys ready to be good in this sort of thing, and then have an agreement with a host nation to accept you and to kind of proliferate your franchise. I don't know how accurate that is, but that's what that reminds me of, kind of.
I remember like I worked at a Primark for like 3 or 4 shifts, like just when it was new here. And basically, what happens is because it was opening up, all the managers were Irish and stuff like that. So in that regard, it makes sense. But honestly, like they they have like in Amsterdam, they have like this really fancy hotel called Ukura, and they have like Michelin stars. But it's like only Asian people work there, and it's and at a certain point you gotta realize maybe what's going on, but like for like service related stuff, so you can still be a cook, but then cannot be seen, like which is illegal within the Netherlands, but still going on.
Okay. I was gonna say maybe there's like a union thing or something. I don't know. I wouldn't defend it, but yeah.
No, they just work around it because they see a name, right? And if it ends with like an Asian related name, they invite you, and even if you get not invited, right? Or you get invited, and then there's like a white or black dude or whatever ethnicity, or then they say like, well, no, I'm not quite sure, and so that's the workaround, which is kind of sad, but it's
I was gonna add just an anecdote, I guess. When I used to work as an engineer for an oil company, we had a big location in the Netherlands, and when they visited us out here in Oklahoma, I wanted to kind of impress them, like with our hospitality here or whatever. But I went to a really like, I guess, fancy French pastry place here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, as French as it can get, and I got everything for them. Like, because in my mind I was thinking, well, my family's from France, and if they like pastry every morning, maybe the Dutch are the same. But long story short, they showed up, and it looked like they had jet lag, and they were all kind of grumpy. And then when I went to go open them up some breakfast, they were like, "Oh, is it donuts or something like that?" And then they saw like a chocolate croissant and everything, right? And all of a sudden, it looked like it was like a complete 180. And it's just one of those things that I've learned growing up around international folks, is especially in the United States, living around an Air Force town when I was younger, was just like what they say, how they say about the quickest way to a man's heart is through his tummy. Well, the quickest way to anybody's heart is really through their tummy. And what I mean by that is all of a sudden he's like, thank God we're not having to eat muffins and donuts and real pastry.
If you want to like really impress, if you really want to impress Dutch people with the breakfast, they probably like the English breakfast the most. So that's probably the best, because then you got like the bacon, you got like the more hearty things, not the sweet stuff that Americans like. But
Anglo-Saxon food. No, I don't know. I'm just kidding.
So yeah, welcome everybody on Lib Praxis. So today we have OnlyFacts TV with us. As I changed it, like we don't need to do introductions for ourselves, but maybe you want to introduce you with like 1 minute, and then we're going off into the topic. So
myself, okay, yeah. I am a random person that decided to stream like a year and a half ago, and even before then, when I ran for a particular public office, I did lose, but I got a lot. If all my votes were followers, I would be biggest person on politics. But anyhow, long story short, I am mostly known for molding in people's chat. I'm really mean, but in real life, I'm a gentleman, and I like to talk things out. And I consider myself very, very, very left, but in terms of practicality, moderate. So yes, I have theory and beliefs that are very leftist, but I understand the world and the Overton window, and I do my best to nudge it leftwards, but understand that there are things to contend with. So that's all.
okay,
And
okay,
I stream.
yeah. So yeah. Thank you very much for joining us. Oh, wait 1 second.
Thank you.
So,
And by the way, if I look like I'm overheating, it's because today is my newborn baby's second month birthday. So my wife made us go out to this park. Thank you, baby Maya, or we call her Baby Facts. So, but we had to take her out. Yeah, we had to take her out to a park and buy some roses and flowers. And I'll send you guys pictures later. But I got back here and I took a shower and I'm just kind of ventilating. Whatever.
That's awesome.
Y'all go ahead. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
I just don't hope you're gonna start like a YouTube channel, and then it's gonna be the Facts Fam, and you're gonna do like all these cringe things.
Vlog it.
Yeah, vlog it.
Actually,
content.
I did
use the baby for content.
I did a video yesterday, but I have to go edit a lot of words out of it because I think I said a lot of words that could just like cancel me from the get go. So like anyways, I shouldn't be cursing around babies, but anyhow, go ahead. I'll shut up now.
Yeah. So okay. So what we do here is every week we pick like a certain topic. So last week SenpaiChao picked a topic, and the topic was basically about should we increase like American and like the relationship between Asian countries and America or the US because Kamala Harris was doing a tour around like Asian countries. Since it's your topic, Chao, would you elaborate what you want to discuss or talk about?
Chinchilla, are you sure that's the topic? Because I received the tweet. Oh, we lost somebody.
Yeah,
I received the tweet. Should the U.S. focus increasing relationships with the U.S.?
Oh, did I mess it up?
So,
nice.
So
I
maybe
think
I just want some
that
clarification.
I also think that's gonna be like a really really important one.
Is this a nationalist whistleblow?
And no, it's more like you guys need to become friends more with each other at some point.
Unite the country. Yeah,
unite the country.
Yeah, we
return to normalcy. That kind of
isolationists. Okay, but
honestly, good conversation.
No more ship posting. Okay, so 2 weeks ago, Kamala Harris took a trip to Southeast Asia, particularly to Singapore and Vietnam. Also, coincidentally, 2 weeks ago was the U.S. withdrawal of Afghanistan, which pretty much took over the news, and Kamala Harris's trip was pretty much not talked about on the media, as well as not even like discussed within our online space. So I thought it would be good for us to have that sort of conversation right here with like-minded folks on these particular issues. So there are a couple of reasons as to why Kamala Harris did this, and a lot of like good reasons as to why I think it was also really good. So there, Kamala Harris talked about cybersecurity, climate change, COVID-19, and also China. That's the big elephant in the room. With China is a rising power, second greatest economy in the world, and basically shifting the U.S. foreign policy focus from, say, like the Middle East to East Asia, in which we're kind of preparing on that front with the rise of China challenging potentially U.S. global hegemony, things like that, maybe something good, etc., etc. I think it's also really good for Kamala Harris because she is the vice president. But before that, she was the attorney for California and things like that. So far, very, very domestic. If she wants to, say, be in a potential candidate for U.S. president, then she kind of has to increase her resume on foreign policy. So then having her be there on this trip is also something really, really good. Most notably, not Indonesia, Vietnam and Singapore are not traditionally U.S. allies. So then there's also like a big shift from from Europe to then creating more allies on the Pacific front. So then we already have Japan, South Korea there, but then when you look at, say, the issue of the South China Sea, we don't really have as strong connections with the states over there, countries over there, than Japan and South Korea, things like that.
Yeah. Okay. So who wants to go first on this one? It's like an opening statement. Besides, like Chao, because I think that's your opening statement, right, Chao?
Yeah, that was pretty much my opening statement.
Yeah. So let's go to name, or you want to go first?
No, Well, I wanted to preface it with a dream I had the other day about Kamala Harris, but I'll save it for last because it's a little it's silly, but maybe prescient. So
is it like a dirty dream, and are the kids out of the room?
No.
It's
a dorky dream. It's
okay. Let's go to name first, and then
all right.
Can come back to you.
Actually,
name, you muted.
Oh.
Pro stream.
Yeah, that's better. You hear me? Okay. Actually, I found really interesting. I hadn't like the other things that SenpaiChao mentioned are the things I looked into and thought about and researched, but I hadn't thought about the as a side note about the personal career implications for Kamala Harris. That's actually really interesting, and I think you're absolutely correct that is a very important trial for her to go through. As far as geopolitics go, obviously it's a big move. It's a big play. It's kind of weird that it got overshadowed by Afghanistan, but it's also kind of normal because that's more sensationalist. But it has more implications for the future, right? The relations that may or may, whether they succeed or whether they fail, determines pretty much the future, I think, for Southeast Asia. Whether it's going to be an area for a battle of influence between some form of Chinese bloc and Western interests, or whether if we fail to create footholds for Western interests, whether it will just be an entire region mostly under Chinese influence, which probably wouldn't happen because countries like South Korea and Japan are really strong powers in and of themselves, and they probably aren't going to bow down to direct Chinese hegemony, but I think they do need U.S. support in the long term, and strong ties, and especially, like you said, in Southeast Asia, more larger front than just those two traditional U.S. allies.
Okay, so OnlyFacts, you want to go next?
No, I'm gonna wait till.
Okay, Elysium, go ahead.
Yeah,
cool.
If that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I guess I'm broadly very supportive of the pivot to Asia in general. I think that's where the geopolitics of America is going to be much more focused going forward. We have oil independence. We have relative stability in the Middle East. And that seems to be where like all of the current political and economic implications for the future are going to be. So, I mean, it makes a lot of sense that it's happening. The rhetoric around a lot of stuff is hard. We can casually call America and China in a Cold War. It's clearly not escalated to a similar Cold War like with the USSR yet, and it's kind of in a semi-cooperative Cold War, but it's definitely clearly also a conflict. But it hasn't like become a zero-sum conflict yet. And I think everyone in the region and in the world is pretty invested in keeping this Cold War from becoming a zero-sum conflict like we saw between America and the USSR. And everyone's trying to work out like this, not committing to either side, being friends with everyone, and America and China fighting for economic and political influence. And that's how we're going to see a lot of it play out. So Kamala Harris is like a establishing a political influence. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So yeah, so I'm a little conflicted on this because I am an American, but I have parents that grew up in a French colonial system, and I always kind of get to the root of any geopolitical issue because here in America we dress it up as, well, we want Vietnam to stop being bullied, or Indonesia or Singapore or whoever, or the Philippines not to be bullied by China, and we're here to stand up for abuses against them. When it really comes down to strategic interests, which I think we all agree to that, and that all of this is, I think, fluffery for the masses. But I do have an issue with American policy in the sense that I kind of term it the Python grasp, where we have a geopolitical enemy or competitor, and we start building up forces on the right side, the left side, the bottom, and the top. I mean, the same thing we're doing with Iran, from Afghanistan on one side to Iraq on the other side, Pakistan, India, Pakistan this side, the Arabs in the Gulf this side. So where I'm trying to get at is I just don't know how America right now, kind of looking like a paper tiger, especially with what happened in Afghanistan, with what happened in Iraq, and even with Russia being with Crimea and etc., has this influence to now play whatever you want to call it, the guardian angel of Western interests in the South China Sea, which we'll get into details later. But the South China Sea having maybe up to 11 billion barrels of untapped oil. Even when you look at Xinjiang, aside from all the genocide accusations and the proof of, there are reserves of oil even in Xinjiang, and I could go on and on. But can I wrap up with my dream about Kamala Harris?
Yeah,
okay,
do it. Make sure
really
the
quickly.
Kids are not in the room.
Yeah, no, it is. Actually, you guys are going to probably just like look at me and be like, what, that's all? But no, really. I had this dream for some reason 2 days ago that I was working in the VP's office at the White House, because I applied as an intern to 10-12 when Obama became president, and I made it to like the third round, but never made it all the way through. Anyhow, somehow I'm back in this dream where I work in the VP office, and somebody walking down the hallway tells me that Biden is deciding to resign and give it over to Kamala, and get Kamala ready for this. And I'm like, wait, what? Am I the first person to know? So like, I feel like this, like, and it was so vivid, because like, I'll tell you even more details, is the fact that I went and I got Kamala Harris and I said, let's get ready for your first like presidential thing. And then she tells me, oh yeah, by the way, my husband converted to Islam a couple of weeks ago. And I'm like, why didn't you let me know about this? And there's nothing wrong with Islam. I'm just saying, like, we need to get ahead of this story. And I'm like, oh crap. Okay, so
Inshallah.
Yeah, inshallah, and then I'm like, and then I'm thinking already about the Republicans, and then what are we gonna do? And then I'm looking at it, and I'm like, so are you Muslim too now, or what? And like, that's fine, but like, let's, and then like Joe Biden's walking down the hallway and like giving me a wink, and I'm like, wait, you're not gonna tell me more? Anyhow, there are more details. There are more details to this crazy dream, but that's kind of the synopsis or whatever. Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, so I want to bring it back to the topic. So basically, what I'm interested in from hearing from you guys is like basically we have this like what ilisium was bringing up, like this this semi-Cold War going on, and then Onifax also brought up the fact that from NATO and from US perspective, we're gonna say like, well, we're gonna strategically help like Vietnam out, and obviously like we all know there is some political interest there. Do you guys think that when we talked about like increasing relationships and like in Asia, are we mostly talking about like Southeast Asia and Japan and Korea, and or are we also talking about like China? Like, where do you guys think that we should focus on? Like, and maybe SenpaiChao?
Definitely for this topic, Southeast Asia. As I already said, we already have pretty strong relations with a lot of our East Asian powerhouses, such as South Korea and Japan. I don't think we really need to increase relationships with them because those relationships are already pretty strong. But when it comes to dealing with issues like the South China Sea, we definitely need to be creating partnerships with countries that are being affected by that issue, such as Vietnam and Singapore. And then there are also a bunch of other states that are involved in that, such as the Philippines, Indonesia, a couple of that were already mentioned on this panel already. So yeah, I think we have a lot to gain, okay? When it comes to interest, we have a lot more to gain in Southeast Asia than we have to gain from East Asia. I guess like maybe talking about the regions could be pretty confusing geographically, but just look at a map and you'll see that it makes sense. Yeah. Something that I do want to push back on is the word conflict. Perhaps I know I'm just being really nitpicky here, that a better word to describe the relationship between the United States and China would be competition, and it's high level competition. Sure, we could play the semantic game that conflict or like a competition is just another form of conflict, blah 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 blah. But I think we could come to an agreement to say that when we say the word conflict, it's a lot more violent. Whereas the relationship between the United States and China is certainly not violent, but
I would think conflict would be way more apt in describing the relationship than competition.
Okay. I think the reason why I'm really like headstrong about this is because I really don't like the narrative that we are going into another Cold War that is similar between the USSR and the United States before. And you yourself have already said that this is a really bad description. I really don't like it that like a lot of people are thinking that there's going to be a nuclear war between these two countries. I hate that narrative. Every time I hear it from people, it drives me crazy because they have absolutely no idea what is going on. And I was listening to, I think this was Kamala Harris boarding the plane before leaving. When she was talking to news reporters, she mentions the word competition, but not conflict, but competition. And I think there's an important distinction there. But I want to hear, like, why is conflict a better word then?
Ilisium, yeah. Go ahead.
So, like, we can have competition between allies and stuff, right? Like, we have competition with the European market and stuff. It's not similar to the competition that's going on between China and America, because it's not just about, it hasn't, like, reached that zero-sum point, but it is, like, competing interest. What China wants, we have an innate incentive to want them not to have. That's not just like competition, that's like trying to undermine the other person. I would take it a step further. I don't think it's a zero-sum Cold War, but I would definitely, like, it'd be closer to a Cold War, or like that like broad definition, than it would just be to economic competition.
Sure. So then, like, what would be the ways that the United States is undermining China, or vice versa?
Protecting Taiwan, the diplomatic back and forth over vaccines, over trade, over tariffs, over sea access, mediating claims and fishing, and
Okay, sorry, but you could understand that those things are based on rules, and that the whole thing about the United States' involvement in the South China Sea is to establish this rules-based kind of world in which there's freedom of navigation, and
Yeah,
that
but
what China is doing
The
is
two groups don't
unjust.
agree on the rules.
Yeah, to be fair, I think Elysium's point, what I see like as a key semantic difference is that in Taiwan and in the disagreements over the southeast, the South China Sea, we're talking about territorial disputes. We're no longer talking about economic competition, right?
Yeah, but then the territory is aligned with the freedom of navigation. So then something about the South China Sea is that it involves the law of the sea, the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea, and
But China doesn't
depending
respect
on
that.
huh?
China doesn't
Yeah,
respect that.
China doesn't respect that. That's exactly why there's the South China Sea conflict in the first place, and that's
Because
why
there's a
US involvement.
disagreement on what those rules actually are. It's not just a competition within an agreed upon system. It's a disagreement over what the system actually itself is.
Or what it should be, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure how that changes anything.
Because then you're not just competing. So competition is we have an understood system, and within it we fight each other for the best possible position. Like that's like a standard like we have like the rules are agreed upon, or the general like what's happening is agreed upon. When you have like more of a competition, it's like trying to set up what is that situation itself going to be? What are the rules actually going to be? That's more what's being fought over.
Yeah, sure. So then, like, between Europe and United States have a lot of disagreements when it comes to trade. So then, and like this isn't just like a disagreement on interests or like what they want and what we want. This is a disagreement in what the trade agreement was in the first place. So then, would that be a conflict? Do we have a conflictual relationship?
It could be, but it's going to come down. How does that get resolved? The way that it gets resolved between America and Europe is going to like be diplomatically. There's not the like any of the same connotations involved of where that like relationship can potentially go. That relationship isn't in jeopardy based off of those conflicts.
What's not diplomatic between the United States and China?
The way I see
Taiwan.
Oh, sorry.
No. What's not diplomatic between
Taiwan,
the United States and China? How is that not diplomatic?
Or it has increasing potential to become a military conflict.
Increasing potential, okay, but it's not a conflict yet.
Yeah, because no one's fired a shot yet.
Okay, so then why are you categorizing as a conflict right now when a shot hasn't been fired?
Just because the military conflict hasn't started doesn't mean that the diplomatic conflict isn't going on.
Okay, all right.
I think this is just semantics in the end, but I think that you can also have a like use the word conflict in a more nuanced situation, right? You were talking about the EU versus the US. The EU and the US can have conflicts over specific points of interest while still being allies in the greater scheme of things. Or to put it on a more individual scale, you can have an argument with your girlfriend, but you're still gonna be together if it's right. You can have a conflict, but not break up over it.
Yeah, you can have conflicts without the entire relationship being a conflict.
Sure. I was just being nitpicky, and then it's gone to the point in which the other side is being nitpicky, and I don't like it anymore.
Yeah,
I just think it's like I'm just going to end this off with saying that like when we're going to be describing the two relationships, yes, we could describe you could go into the nuance of a single word. But for the most part, in order to get the message across, or like at least the correct message across with one word, definitely competition is a better word than conflict if we had to compare the two.
Do you think it's like appropriate to say that there's a conflict over what civil rights and international rights countries in the world has?
No, I wouldn't describe that as conflictual.
Okay.
Because like if it's going to be like a disagreement and it's going to be diplomatic, because like I really do have this connection with like negative things such as violence or coercion or like war and things like that, threats, etc. with conflict. But like you don't
think any threats have been made or violence has happened? Okay.
So then, like, if you want to say that, that like, the ships going there and they're like just like they're having a standoff, if like that's violent, then
Yes.
then maybe.
Yes, a military standoff against adversaries is violent. Just because people aren't like actively being shot at doesn't make it like not a violent situation.
Yeah, sure. This happens all the time.
Yeah, we can move on. It's fine.
Okay,
so
then
I just want to ask Elysium, because I think what SenpaiChao is coming from is like using the word conflict is like people automatically go to the worst possible outcomes and think like, oh, conflict, oh, nuclear war, and that's like cringe as fuck. And I think everybody would agree that that's not going to happen. That's not in anybody's interest. So I think that's one part he comes from. Also, like, would you say that, like, currently, like, how would you say that we are currently in conflict with Russia? Like because
America,
yeah,
our relationship with Russia is more conflictual than competition.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, we're talking about semantics at this point, right? It's like, honestly, like I get where Chow is coming from because of the fact that people don't understand. People are kind of dumb, and they think if they think about conflict, they think about outright war, right?
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Fine. People can be dumb, but that doesn't like make it a better description.
Okay. Yeah.
I will.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I forgot the name of the person who's right next to me. Is the person speaking?
Nate Mannon?
Nate.
Nate. Okay. Well, were you making the point, or sorry? Anyhow, I was going to say that I can see where we sometimes the word conflict is necessary just because of historical precedent of Anglo-European imperial powers and their belligerency to Asia and China in particular. There have been previous armed, things done by force. So if that can be applied to the current, I think we live in a new era of belligerency where it can take many forms, trade deals to a cyber, et cetera, and that's all I want to say. I don't want to keep going on, but yeah.
Anybody wants to respond on that? Name? I saw you nodding.
I was agreeing, but I actually wanted to respond to something you were saying earlier, OnlyFacts, about because you mentioned the recent history that could cause distrust in potential American allies in the capacity for the U.S. to provide actual real backing in their opposition to other interests. There is one extra event that I think is really important because it's also happens in that area. It's the China going forward with the annexation of Hong Kong and the West being powerless to exert any influence to oppose that. Obviously, it's a little bit more nuanced than Crimea, where Russia was outright breaking international treaties. Here, there was a treaty for an eventual annexation. It's just they moved forward, like, 20, 30 years ahead of the original deadline. And it's also technically a UK interest, not a US interest, but I think we all know that that's not like a relevant point. But yeah, if I was Vietnamese diplomat, Singaporean diplomat, that would be my number one question. Like, if push comes to shove, where are you going to be? Or are those empty words, or are you actually going to be here to help us?
Even the Ukrainians had, I think there were fears among the Ukrainians that they'd be thrown away like Afghanistan. And I don't want to get into Afghanistan, but you can see how this is. Yeah.
I just want to say,
we're getting to Afghanistan. I'm sorry.
Like I like, if we talk about Ukraine, let's be fair, let's be honest. They are not in NATO. They weren't aligned with the EU. they weren't
Okay.
aligned with Russia, so it's
Oh,
like a whole different cookie if you talk about that.
Sorry. I need
Depending
to
on the
nuance that.
president.
The original treaty that's really important concerning the Crimea conflict is that Ukraine signed a treaty with the U.S. and Russia post the fall of the Soviet Union, that where they relinquished the nuclear weapons they had in exchange for both U.S. and Russia guaranteeing using their military and political power the borders of Ukraine. So Russia obviously broke that treaty, but the U.S. also technically broke that treaty by not protecting the Crimean border, because the U.S. also signed that treaty saying that sure, you relinquish this power, we will back you and protect your borders. They did not. So even though there was no NATO treaty, there still was a treaty there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think it's still like far removed to take action on that part. In that case, Ukraine could have been better, like probably like allied with like the EU if they could. Like that's the problem, right? But besides that whole point, let's go back. Do you guys want to talk about Hong Kong or?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
I mean, I think that makes sense, and everyone looks at that and is like, oh, how are people
Yes.
actually going to stand up to China? And I think that's why like Taiwan is kind of the line in the sand, where if there is going to be an escalated conflict, it's probably going to happen there. So I think everyone kind of has set Taiwan as like the line.
All right. Again, I feel really uncomfortable that like we've moved on, like we've passed so many steps before, and we're already talking about
Yeah.
an escalated conflict.
Well, okay, yeah. There's a
Like
bunch of steps before that.
whole
Yep.
point,
There's a
the
bunch
whole point,
of economic real interest.
The whole point of Kamala Harris going to the Southeast Asia is probably to prevent an escalated conflict through means of diplomacy, to signal to other countries that the United States is willing to not only reestablish its connections with its previous allies because Trump fucked some of them up, but seeks to create new ones. And of course, yes, people will say that it's for their self-interest, but it's also to the interest of the countries that we're making partnerships with.
Yeah. Does anybody care to respond?
No, I agree. That's absolutely correct. Like, obviously, we're the U.S. is exploring all forms of diplomatic and political power to exert influence in the region, and direct conflict would be disastrous for everyone in the end. It's I don't think even China wants to go to war over Taiwan. That's why they do shit like prevent other countries from recognizing it as a state. Maybe like 50 years down the line, if those practices become widespread, that like legitimizes an eventual annexation. But we're definitely far away from anything like that. I'll agree with that.
Okay. Yeah.
Hopefully.
So when we talk about this paper tiger, right? It's like what like OnlyFacts called the US. Like, how are we going to make sure that it's even if we don't want to avoid conflict at all costs, like how can we make sure that the US and the NATO doesn't look like one? Because that seems like a bit of an issue if we look like to recent like conflicts or recent like
I want to
issues.
respond to this. I want
Yeah,
to
go
respond
ahead.
to this. So, a lot of people are kind of thinking that the United States looks unreliable. They are paper tiger because of Afghanistan. We've been there for 20 years. We've spent so much money, and we're leaving them. It looks like we're abandoning allies, etc., etc. But then, like, we really have to ask the question: is whether or not the United States is a paper tiger just because of one incident. And yes, like I'm not trying to downplay Afghanistan because a lot of money were spent. We were there for a long time. It was America's longest war and longest commitment, et cetera, et cetera. But this is exactly what Kamala Harris. I already said this before. God, fucking hate repeating myself. Kamala Harris is going out there to signal to other countries that we are reliable and that we are shifting our interests. We are making new and reestablishing connections with our allies and with the world. We are coming back to being the world leader that the United States was supposed to be. Thank you, Trump. My God, was supposed to be like leading the new world order and things like that. And yes, like Afghanistan was botched. It was botched, but it has little to do with our capabilities to like other activities with other countries.
Yeah, only fact.
Sorry. No, go ahead.
I just
yeah,
wanted.
only facts. Yeah,
I was just
ahead.
going to quickly rejoinder, not going against Senpai what he was saying, what they were saying, but Biden does carry some baggage from the Obama administration, and what I mean by baggage is when the Arab Spring happened, and Mubarak, Hosni Mubarak of Egypt was discarded of, like America gave him. Was standing by idly for a week or two and then just kind of let him go. And then you had the Muslim Brotherhood guy come into power, and then General Sisi do this, I don't know, mind trick and got him out. But long story short is the Saudis, the Emiratis, everybody in the Middle East kind of looked at America and were like, all the stuff we do for you guys, and basically, shilling and this little relationship we have, and at the first sign of trouble, the Tahrir Square, or it was a lot of trouble, but you guys weren't there for us. So I think with Biden, at least in the Middle East, there is a bad taste in their mouth. However, I know we're talking about Asia, but might look to these examples as well. I'm not saying that there's going to be internal strife. We're talking about external strife as it pertains to these countries, but just kind of throwing that out there for some context when we talk about the Biden administration, which I prefer that over Trump. But on the last point, one of the reasons why Trump was so embraced by the autocratic Arab world was he kind of stood. He kind of had this loyalty where if you do something for him, he'll stick by you. Trump sucks, but he does have that quality, which
But he
depends on
didn't.
how you the Middle East.
Okay.
I think he voiced that, but he did it actually. So
yeah,
that's the
but and he does the he talked a big game up. I know he moves the embassy to Jerusalem, which angers the Arab street, but it doesn't really matter to the Arab princes and kings. When all those arm deals for the F-16s go through, or the Khashoggi cover-up, or just this like revamping of King MBS, et cetera, et cetera. So anyways, I don't want to get into the Middle East. I keep bringing us to the Middle East, so it's a different story. But yeah.
Okay, Name, you wanted to say something.
I want to similarly rejoin your like not disagreeing with the actual points you were making, Senpai, just disagreeing with the statement that it was an isolated incident of the U.S. Failing an ally, which I also think Afghanistan is a really dumb fucking example to pick, because you can't fail an ally that's failing themselves. That is not like a strong enough government to stand up by itself. Then like what you're allied with we're talking about paper tigers. You're allied with a paper, like an origami. It's not
Or
you're not
was meant to fail.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
Yeah.
But
I don't like the sorry.
Sorry. No, I was just gonna say, like, I think OnlyFacts brought up great examples in the Middle East. We mentioned like I like the Crimea and Hong Kong. So there actually are potential reasons for prospective allies to be worried, and Kamala definitely has like a lot of work, I think, on that front to make them confident in U.S. support.
Chao, do you care to respond?
My apologies. Something on work came up, so I'm focusing on that.
Oh no.
What about you, Elysium? OnlyFacts.
No. I was just gonna say I had looked at a couple of videos of Kamala, and I'm not all about looking into body language because whatever, but just seeing her throughout that visit, it almost looked like she was a paid actress that was really tired and hating her role. I don't know if it was the jet lag, but I just feel like sometimes if you actually believe in something, it's kind of like a salesperson. You know, there are the annoying ones that are just trying to sell you something, and you can tell it. But I have a respect for salespeople that like actually believe in their product and like love it so much that you might actually buy it just to try it out. So what I'm trying to say is
what part of her message
don't.
do you think she didn't believe in?
I'm not saying she didn't. I'm just saying she kind of gave a very tired, and maybe it's just the Kamala Harris thing. And I'm not being like object. What do you call it? Looking at her as an object or anything like that. And it's not because she's a woman. I'm just saying it was kind of like a not a very spiritful presentation of any alliance or friendship. But maybe I read into it too much, and that's just conjecture. So I'm just sharing that as a idea.
So we have to like have this disclaimer that what we as private citizens are privileged to are the press conferences and the interviews and things like that. But when it comes down to most of the diplomacy, it's held in private. So then, like the press conferences between Kamala Harris and their state equivalences or whoever she was meeting with, before that, they were probably already having hours upon hours upon hours of conversation with what to do, what is the language, what are our issues that we want to focus on, what are your problems, what are our problems, and like how can we reconcile and things like that. So, like to my understanding, this is one really tiresome work, but two, we're also don't have a lot of information for us to actually make sound. I guess to make sound moral judgments as to like what was their performance and things like that, because like a lot of it is clouded in secrecy and things like that.
I just like to add
You're right,
concerning that. Oh, sorry.
No, let's go to name. So name. You go first.
It's just a small aside. From what I read, she had health issues during her trip, so that probably affected that.
Yeah.
And Senpai is right, because I know that ahead of time they always send these advanced teams and all these staffers that already have all the details out, and some of it is performative by the time
I guess
the heads of state meet up.
I
But
feel like
anyways,
that's like one of the that's like one of the silliest things to focus on. I would never like care too much about someone's demeanor, whether like what they're saying and whether it's followed up on, and like what policies actually happen, or like the only things I care about. I don't care if someone like is actually like half asleep or something. Like why?
Well, yeah, I agree, but I will say that optics do signal to the world something. So like like if you're some guy in Somalia pushing your wagon and you see Kamala Harris in Asia and she looks tired and all that and not all spirited, or you see Donald Trump laughing with Putin and throwing a soccer ball back and forth and then throws it to Melania, you would, without even speaking the language or understanding it, would look like, oh, are they buddies? Oh, she doesn't look like she's happy where she's at. I know that we shouldn't, as like adults and like serious people, look into it a lot or give it any weight. But the average Joe that is gonna vote one way or the other,
I'd rather my politicians do politics instead of do photo ops.
I
like
agree.
you can have other people that do that.
Totally.
Plenty of other.
Totally.
Okay. Well, if you totally agree, then why is that like a big deal to you?
No, it's not a big deal. No, I just said it was a random point I wanted to. Something I noticed, just kind of like one of those thoughts that are in the back of my head, but it's not something that is like a, -1 for her. That would be silly.
In defense of only facts, if this was as big of a deal as, say, Afghanistan, that maybe this would have been a critique from Republicans, maybe this would have affected her chances on, say, like future presidential bids, or this may be a big like rhetoric blow when it comes to, say, like the upcoming midterms for the Democrats and things like that. So that yes, like still,
but nothing that she did looked optically bad. She was totally fine the entire time. Like we haven't even gotten an actual example of what looking tired means. This is ridiculous.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But your point was that kind of optics don't matter. At least that's what I was hearing.
I follow.
Yeah. So that's what I wanted to say.
I'm just interested in this because if you were to turn it around, and you would have like Kamala Harris like being like super energized and we're gonna ally and stuff like that. I'm not quite sure if that would send off the right message either. So that's the whole thing, right? So it's like you gotta be careful, and I think maybe sometimes maybe you gotta downplay it, and then when you do the actual politics, you actually do a lot of things. So maybe this was the tactic all along. Maybe she was just doing like 5D chess. I don't know.
No. But we
The
also
Boris
have
Johnson
to remember.
hair.
But I think what's really important to remember is that Kamala Harris' trip is only one foreign policy kind of like event that's happened. Before her trip, 1 month ago, our Secretary of Defense, Austin, visited these. I'm pretty sure like visited either the region or these same countries and things like
Same
that.
countries, yeah.
This whole thing it's a continuous effort. This is not the end, and so these aren't the final issues. And what was discussed is highly probably not going to be the end of discussion either. Of course, that's how politics rolls. Is that there are issues, and when you solve one issue, there are 10 more.
Okay, so maybe we gotta chat a bit about that. What's like the next step then, Joe? What do you think this is leading up to? Or Elysium, you wanna take? You can go ahead, Elysium.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two like big follow through things that everyone's looking at, or like all the Asian countries are looking at. They're looking at what new trade deals, economic trade deals are going to come through from these talks, and they're looking at COVID relief. And especially right now, since like the COVID spike in all these Southeast Asian countries is like currently happening or just getting over, maybe hopefully, like all of the COVID relief and vaccine access is like probably their biggest social and economic issue right now. So in like this regard, this probably puts America at like a really huge position that I don't know if we could capitalize on would be good, but we're not doing the best with vaccinating ourselves. But for countries where the problem is not getting your population to take the vaccine, but actually having access to the vaccines, America's in a really strong position. If we ramp up our production and are giving out more doses to the world, it puts us on a huge advantage, especially because this like whole vaccine diplomacy situation was something that China pushed because they thought they had an advantage in being the first to mass produce a lot of these vaccines, and was going to be something that they've been using for the past few months as like a diplomatic tool. When now a lot of countries are losing faith in China's vaccine compared to Europe or America's, it's kind of backfired really hard. It's turned into a huge problem for China that they've pushed a lot of this vaccine diplomacy, and now no one really wants their vaccine.
Yeah. So, so back to the question, like what's up next, like Chao, like when it comes to relations, like Elysium brought up some points as well. So, can respond.
Yeah. So what's probably next is I would say is getting more countries along the same lines. So then why, let's ask ourselves, why was Singapore and Vietnam chosen? And I think there are really good reasons as to why they were chosen. Singapore is a really rich country. Just look at Crazy Rich Asians. Not a serious point, but yes, they are a very rich country, high in tech and things like that. And like, what is like when it comes to currently world issues or economic issues, world issues, we're currently in a what we would be described as a semiconductor shortage, and like everything uses a semiconductor nowadays, from phones to TVs and cars, etc., etc. There's like a huge issue when it comes to the supply chains of semiconductors, and so then having a partnership with a country like Singapore would be really important for that. And then there's Vietnam. Why Vietnam? Vietnam is not on the same level as Singapore, but we're still there for different good reasons. Vietnam is what borders China. Was like socialist, communist, things like that. But since then, they've liberalized. They've been trending towards like becoming more similar to how our economy looks like and things like that. And we kind of want to reward that. Vietnam is, and like a lot of countries in that region are starting to resemble what China was a couple of decades ago, which was they have a large labor force that is cheap and probably a lot of manufacturing. A lot of factories are going to be going to that region and things like that. They're going to actually like be leaving China for other countries to find cheap labor, things like that. And like for us to be able to reconcile with Vietnam, in which we had a war there, we fought against them. It shows a lot of, I would say, like development on both sides, to be honest. And so then the next step I think would be to look at other countries in the region that are facing similar problems or are in similar situations as Singapore and Vietnam, and to build a larger coalition. Something that the Obama administration did before that I really liked was the Trans-Pacific Partnership. But then that kind of went away because of, thank you, Trump. Oh my God, he's getting name called a lot today. A lot of thank you, Trumps. And then like, yes, the Trans-Pacific Partnership was able to continue on, but without the U.S. support, it's pretty much I would say like not as effective as we would have liked it to be to I guess to compete against China's economic activity.
Okay. What about you, Name?
I fully agree with what you're saying about the Vietnam. Like, it definitely is seems to be rising up as the country in Southeast Asia that has one of the biggest growth potentials as a country that manufacturing will go to for economic growth in through that way. So definitely a very, very important ally. To answer the actual question, the biggest question is like who will go for this those diplomatic ties with the U.S., right? If Singapore and Vietnam do show themselves to be allied with the U.S., then that would already be a huge thing. It might have a bit of a domino effect, where now those two really important countries in the region they show open ties with the U.S. So maybe then like the Philippines will follow, and other important countries in the region. If they don't, if say perhaps they like stay neutral, they like waffle about and maybe accept some support, but without really committing to anything, then that would once again like cut out a lot of work for the U.S. diplomatic corps. It would create a more complex situation. I don't feel confidently predicting how it's going to go. I don't see why necessarily they would refuse help in as of itself. I don't think they want to be like under Chinese hegemony either. But
I don't think anyone wants to refuse help, but I don't think they want to make strong alliances either.
Yeah, exactly that. I don't think they want to commit.
Yeah, another one.
Hard.
If you're a neutral party, you want to remain neutral right now, most definitely. So I think you're gonna see like all these Southeast Asian countries are gonna be part of the Belt and Road Initiative, and they're all gonna probably eventually join like the Quad Plus as well, and it'll just be like playing both sides and trying to maintain neutrality through all the different things that happen. Seems to definitely be the game plan. I don't see a reason for them to change that yet.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because this is like one of these things. Like we, SenpaiChao brought up like that the topic of like how it was back in the 90s with like they opening up the country, that kind of stuff, and like slowly like in the like last 50 years like China has been like regressive, like back into their authoritarian like ways and stuff like that. So I was wondering like like, would it be effective then for us to invest this much like time and effort building up these diplomatic relationships if there's like a possibility that they regress? So I wonder what.
Definitely, because like if we
No, you finish.
Oh no, sorry.
Yeah.
sorry.
No,
You go ahead, please. You go ahead, please. You go ahead.
If we don't do, if the U.S. doesn't step in, then like there's a void, and the void will be filled. Either like it's better to be in a competition from a U.S. perspective with China, that the U.S. isn't necessarily going to win, but they're at least a check to Chinese influence in the region, than just let it give everything away, right?
And I'd like to add to his point, or to your point, that I have. It's not a real theory. There's probably a real name for this, but there's the controlling the spigot theory. It's basically, even if you don't want it all, if you're the one who controls the flow of whatever it is, oil, trade, steel, that makes you more powerful, obviously. And there's also the two birds with one stone thing. I know this sounds really kind of cliche, but what I'm trying to say is I think America purposely goes in with belligerency and wants to set up neighboring allies that act as these belligerent outposts. And why does that matter? Is this is where the two birds with one stone thing comes in. Is from one side we can achieve geopolitical and geostrategic interest regarding minerals, resources, oil, trade routes, as well as controlling who gets access to them. The other side, when we create belligerent outposts, we have to give them arms and sell them weapon deals. And we do this all the time in the Middle East, not to bring us back there, but we sell, we sell qualitative.
Taiwan.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
But even if you look at the ones that we sold to Taiwan, I bet you they qualitatively are less than that America or Europe or Israel uses. And I bring that up because we make more money that way by basically selling them the instead of the Cadillac version, the Chevy version, which, the Chevy is still good, but it just seems to me that we have competing interests when we do this. So yeah, we want to control the flow of trade, which China has 80% of it going through the South China Sea. There may be oil interests in the South China Sea. We want to control that spigot. At the same time, we need to have outposts there so that we can enforce that flow or that spigot. How do you do that? You have what they used to have, viceroys or a vice general or I don't want to say puppet, but states that have alliances with you that buy lots of weapons from you and in return get good trade deals and whatnot. But at the end of the day, those countries are there in the neighborhood having to deal with this bully or whatever, and they have to make the calculation: is this a good trade-off, right, for the long term? And I don't know if I took us off topic or not, but this is kind of the ramblings that I have in my head about
Sure,
that.
I'm going to take it more off topic. So I actually have contention with one word, okay, semantic point, again, with the word control. Okay, the United States wants to control the trade in that area. The reason why I don't like that, influence, no, I wouldn't even say influence. I would say like we want to protect trade, okay? So then, based on the freedom of navigation, like it's pretty much well accepted around the world that if there's a ship that has a flag that is like of a national country, then you don't interfere with that ship, etc., etc. And like in the South China Sea, this has not only has China become like really aggressive with, I would guess, like controlling trade, but also other countries because of, let's say, like maybe we could say like in response to what China is doing, they want to make sure that if they're going to be passing through their territory, their naval territory, that they could like turn them around. They could like I don't know, like maybe labor taxes and things like that, blah 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 blah. And the United States has been there. They've conducted a number of operations that not only has affected China, but has affected other countries who are conducting similar practices in the South China Sea. So then, really, like the word that I would be using instead of control would be more so. I guess like you could say control, sure. But like I guess like a more positive term, because hey, America, good guy, right? Ha 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 ha. Would be to protect trade. It would be to protect those trade routes.
Senpai State Department. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
I wish. I
Go
fucking
ahead.
wish, my dude.
Yeah, well, you know what? Not to get off topic, but looking at the guy that used to be Obama's CIA PDB handler, he's now the spokesman for the State Department, and he couldn't answer like a simple question about the Palestinian thing. And I was like, this is what you say. I mean, even though I'm pro-Palestinian, but I'm like, if you want to get out of this little journalist question, why do you keep on? So I don't think, I'm not saying it's easy to get that job, but you would probably do a much better job. So anyhow.
Let's go.
Okay. Elysium, do you want to say something about this?
I'm curious, like, yeah, what belligerent actions do you think America coming into the region for, like, propping up?
F-16s to Taiwan. We have U.S. Marines in the Philippines fighting the Islamic State, but also in the Philippines.
So how is selling F-16s or whatever to Taiwan? How is that a belligerent action?
I mean, you're giving neighbors guns. Like if somebody, so like I don't know, if you live in a neighborhood and all of a sudden all your neighbors are getting free guns, or you know, that's sending a signal to you, right? Like, well, where is all this coming from? It's coming from one place only, and that same place also wants to control
I mean, that's fine. I could agree
that
that
SenpaiChao said
belligerent.
protect. Well, the thing is I'm going not take it to the Middle East, but I like to use the Iran and the Gulf states. We pushed up this Shia versus Sunni divide. We even armed Saddam against the Islamic Revolution in '79, and even now we push up this Iranian boogeyman, nuclear war, et cetera, and then all of a sudden the number one arms dealing capital in the world is Dubai, where the Saudis, the Kuwaitis, the Yemenis, Bahrainis, everybody goes there, and the French with their airplanes, everybody is setting up shop there. But I'm just saying that
I don't. What point are you making with this? Like, can you come to like an actual prescription, or what is the argument? I don't understand anything you're saying.
My point. Okay, so my point is America a lot of times in the world will find conflicts to play to not just our geostrategic benefit, but even arming them. And when we arm them, we we have relationships that go beyond just protecting their freedoms. It's becomes an economic and a trade one where we benefit heavily with new arms deals, et cetera, et cetera. I feel like that is one of the interests that we do. I mean,
in your understanding, are we like manipulating or playing up the conflict between China and its neighbors in order to sell them arms?
We certainly have done so with other examples, so I'm going by other examples and applying it here.
What other examples?
Iraq and Iran, when the Islamic Revolution happened
do you think we played up that conflict intentionally in order to sell them weapons?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
That's your understanding of that situation?
Yeah, and
it had anything to do with maybe like the Cold War going on?
No, not at all. I would. Well, the Islamic Revolution, we had let Saddam Hussein throughout the 70s and 80s think that the Shia, who are a majority in Iraq, were going to take over somehow, and Shia Islam was going to come and take back its.
They did have a war over that, right?
To my understanding, what happened is that in Iran there was a revolution. The Shah was reinstated. Was it the Shah? No, Ayatollah.
The Ayatollah.
The Shah was kicked out. The Ayatollah came in and they nationalized a bunch of oil companies that provided oil to the United States, and the United States didn't like that. So then we decided to arm Saddam Hussein that would have a military campaign against Iran, in hopes of weakening them so that we could obtain back the nationalized oil. So then that was the oil interest.
And we fear-mongered Saddam into thinking that the Islamic Revolution, the Shia Islamic Revolution, would spill over into Iran and take him out. So we're feeding him satellite pictures and weapons, and we provoked a war. And
Do you think
then,
we
ironically,
manipulated Iraq into that war?
yes, we did. Donald Rumsfeld literally went there with satellite imagery, and literally we were selling them weapons.
Okay,
and
I understand what your words you're saying, but you realize that doesn't equate to manipulation. So just saying that we like provided them with intel is not saying we manipulated someone, right? So like if you're trying to say that we manipulated them,
but
you need something more than we provided intel. You need to say that we provided false intel or
not just that,
inaccurate intel or
fear-mongered.
motivated intel. Okay, what part of providing intel was fear mongering?
No, was there a credible threat that Iran was going to foment a Shia rebellion in in Iraq? We don't have proof of that. That would have happened. Secondly, here's an irony, is that when Saddam is done with the Iran-Iraq war, he's in major debt to the Saudis, had been financing him the entire time for this war. When it comes time to pay back, Saddam gets mad and says, well, I was fighting this war for all of us. I'm not paying back. He goes into Kuwait. What do we do to Saudi Arabia? We tell Saudi Arabia, basically, look at King Sabah of Kuwait. He's at the Ritz-Carlton in Jeddah. Do you want that to happen to you? And literally, I don't have the quote on hand, but there is literally a quote by a U.S. general that tells the King of Saudi Arabia, do you want that to happen? And then we literally fear-mongered the Saudis.
How do you call it fear-mongering when the Ayatollah called on Iraqis to overthrow Saddam?
Because there are threats made all the time.
Okay, then why are you characterizing it as fear-mongering if they're like credible threats? Well, never mind. It's fine. It's okay. We can.
I mean,
we're either going to have a real conversation about the Middle East, or we're going to have to talk about Asia, but we can't like.
But this can be
okay. To nuance this situation, excuse me. I think what's really important to nuance is that like the administration back then that was dealing with the our dealings with the Middle East back then. OnlyFacts mentioned Don Rumsfeld and people. They were neocons. Okay, they had a certain ideology. They had a certain approach to foreign policy that is not similar to, I would say, Biden administrations and Kamala Harris is more of like, I guess I would describe it as international liberalism and things like that. So then, like, yes, it's still the United States at the end of the day, but because the United States is a democracy and also because of time, different ideologies take place and they have different approaches. And so then, like, to say that we did this in the past is not to say that we will do this in the future or that we're doing it right now.
I would also just want to end on one point, is that, but there is a general momentum that, suffice to say, shows that we have an interest in maintaining our trade deals, weapon deals with countries that just so happen to be at the forefront of our geostrategic confrontations with other powers, and and one of those
countries have to want those weapons. If their country, if they don't feel under threat, they don't have to buy weapons. No one forces people to buy weapons.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Let me finish my point, and I'll let you know why. First of all, look at the revolving door between the DoD and the weapon manufacturers, Lockheed Martin, etc. Second of all, regarding whether you need to buy or not, this is how you tell somebody you need to buy something or not. You send your diplomats and let them know that you have a good deal on the table. If that deal doesn't go through, and then all of a sudden you have a media campaign that pops up in your country that's all against you, campaigns that are destabilizing you at home, and you're out of power, whether peacefully or violently, that's how you make somebody... No, this is not a conspiracy theory. Look at Latin America.
You are a textbook conspiracy theory. You're sitting there going, American foreign policy is like the fucking gun manufacturers mafia. It's just boring. That's fine. Never mind. Yeah. Go off on it. Have fun.
Look at Allende and look at so many examples in Latin America and the Middle East.
Like this is such a simplification of like complex foreign policy stuff. Nothing in Latin America can be simplified down to America wanted to sell arms and overthrow people that didn't want to buy their arms. That's absurd. You can't simplify Iraq and Iran's like decades
I didn't.
of conflict.
I didn't. As
America
more
fear-mongered Saddam into attacking him. It's ridiculous. You're
So,
taking like tiny elements of
anyways.
historical things and blowing them up as if they're the most important influences.
I'm not.
So-
I'm saying
You absolutely
these
are.
are parts and pieces. We also pull on
But
tribal
parts and pieces don't matter to a sum that's way bigger than them. You can say these are tiny influences, but then to characterize America's involvement with China as belligerent because we're selling arms to Taiwan, who fears for their independence, and
I did say
this is just the same as all the other times that we've sold arms, and just ignoring all other elements to like geopolitics that goes into these things.
Okay, I wanna let Name in.
Anyways, sorry.
So
sorry.
Name, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I think I think it's I honestly, Ilisium, I think it's naive to say that there's no such thing as a military-industrial complex driving American interests. I know, but
driving American interest is not accurate, though.
No, okay, not driving, not like in the driver's seat, but it's an important part of the American economy, and
sure, yep.
And it's an important part of American foreign policy too. When we were making arms deals with Saudi Arabia, like all the stuff OnlyFacts talked about, I don't agree with going full on like that. That it actually informs. Fully informs decisions like escalating conflicts, etc. But when you have conflicts of interest, when you have things that go hand in hand in that way, where economic interests can align with certain ideologies and political interests, you don't need a conspiracy, right? You just have people agreeing, like, hey, it would be good to drive a conflictual relationship here or there. We're gonna like make a shit ton of money here, and we're gonna push American influence in a given region.
Okay, these mentalities are missing the forest for the trees, like every time. Like you think the economic weight of the arms industry outpaces all other manufacturing coming out of like the American and Chinese relationship. Like the incentive structure is not in their favor to be able to control geopolitics.
I agree with that. I don't think anyone in the U.S. wants to, even the like most hardcore like warmongers want to go to war with China. Like open warfare is definitely not in. I think you'd have to be insane to think that would be in anyone's interest. I fully agree with that.
I don't think there are actual like organizations and protests in the United States.
Yeah, I imagine.
There are, but it's okay.
And the CCP, blah blah, is evil.
To roll it back to like what started this disagreement was that we were talking about arming Taiwan. Like you can arm Taiwan without having open warfare with China, right? You can have that be both a diplomatic tool where we're creating more stronger ties with the Taiwanese government, creating economic ties because it's a shit ton of money being transferred and financing a really important industry, etc. Right? That was like the original point, I think.
Okay. Let's hit up that original point because that's why this was interesting is if you wanted to characterize America as being belligerent in its relationship to China, there are things you could bring up for that. Like, I can accept that argument based off of different things that people say, to say I think America is belligerent. But if you think America is belligerent because we're selling weapons to Taiwan, that's just absurd. Like, that rationale does not fit.
And you're correct. I did say two birds with one stone, or sometimes I say four birds with one stone. So what I mean is we have the stone that is our interest, and we can knock out several things along the way. So yes.
Then what belligerent things do you think we're doing?
I mean, just the fact that we want to create these alliances against one power is a belligerent action. I mean, belligerent, or maybe that's not the correct term. An opposing force. What I'm trying to say is maybe we can do a better way of confronting. And maybe it shouldn't even be confronting. Maybe it should be hand in hand. And maybe that's a naive thing when maybe China wants to come for America's throat and vice versa. But what I am saying is maybe belligerency is just the nature of diplomacy, and it's not a loaded term that I intend to use it as. It's just how things work.
How would
that's
you
all I meant.
How do you characterize China's actions in the region?
Belligerent as well. I mean, belligerency meets belligerency. What is taken by force must be, taken back with force. And I understand where you're going, but yeah, China is not.
Do you think like calling something belligerent in response to someone else being belligerent? Do you think that's like a good characterization? I don't know. Typically, there's like a connotation of intent and fault in being like belligerent.
Okay, maybe that's something I'm unaware of, and I'll probably look into more of the nuance of how to maybe attribute something as belligerency. But I do think that it's one of those things where like somebody might come swinging for you, but instead of just swinging back, there may be a better way to neutralize or deal with this opponent. But maybe that's a little naive on my part. But I'll look into the nuance of attributing, as you said, belligerency. So,
Okay. Cool.
but I still do stand by the interest of a. Well, I don't want to open that can back up again. Let's just keep going.
So, Chao, you brought up the point of like new international liberalism, right? Which was basically the nuanced take. So, which you brought up. So, what I feel from like OnlyFakes TV is like the concern that we do things like how we did in the past. What would you say that what's like actually like changed? What's like the actual change compared to the neogun strategy, compared to what we have like under this international liberalism strategy from the Biden and Harris administration?
I think it's definitely more focused on diplomacy than say intervention or like getting other countries to act violently. It has less to do with coercion and more to do with like setting up treaties and agreements or moratoriums that are that has like nothing to do with conflict, etc., etc. I think what's like really important too is the use of like international organizations or even the United Nations. That's a pretty big one where like we have transparency, where we're really transparent about what our interests are, what we want, what they want, where can we meet in the middle, things like that. I think that's really important. And like when things do escalate, that we don't go along with the escalation. We put in place actions that looks to de-escalate from situations so that we don't increase conflict. Avoiding war is really important when it comes to international liberalism because that's how international liberalism thrives. Is when there is no conflict. It's when we communicate and when we're transparent about things. I did want to talk about like the sale of weapons and things like that, whether it's good or bad, etc., etc. This might be long-winded. I'm a big believer of the division of labor. Okay, and this hinges upon specialization. The United States is really good at making weapons.
Hell yeah, brother.
Okay, yeah, all right. We're the best.
Hell yeah, brother.
So then, like,
arm the kids.
And like other countries and other countries, they're not so good at it. All right. So then, for them to make it, and for us not to sell it to them, then it's pretty inefficient. Yeah. So like they make the stuff that they're good at, and we make the stuff that we're good at, and we trade. All right. That's how we get the best of the best. Okay. Basic economics. That's what is that? That's I forget what it's called. Adam Smith's blah blah blah. But then like when it comes to say like weapons, so then like what are weapons used for besides war? Well, I would say that like national security is a really important public good. And so then like if a country is in need of weapons but not for war, but like to defend themselves and they want to be adequate in defending themselves, then yeah, they're going to buy weapons from the best manufacturers. And that just so happens to be the United States and things like that. It's in their interest, it's in our interests. I think like what's really concerning is that when a country gets weapons, other countries don't know what the intentions for that weapons are. If it's going to be for aggressive or defensive. And even when a country says, no, we're getting these weapons, like this nuke, but it's only for defensive purposes, then we're still going to be shaking. We're still going to be shivering, like, how can I trust you, my dude? And like that's why it's really important. Yeah, exactly. So then like that's why it's really important to then like have to build trust, to go into international liberalism, so that we don't fall into this security dilemma in which like every single procurement of weapons is like a negative on one person, right? We don't live in this zero-sum world anymore, or not as much as we used to. There's less fear about a country arming itself from other neighbors and things like that.
Spoken like a true American capitalist. So let's go to Nate. So also hell yeah, brother.
I mostly agree. But not like totally, in the sense that it's something I wanted to throw in at some point too, when Only Facts and Elysium, you guys had your disagreement. I think the meaning of a weapons sale is very, very context dependent, right? You're absolutely right, Senpai. Like most of the time, the U.S. makes some of the best weapons in the world, some of the best military technology. Plenty of countries will, if they have the budget, they want to get themselves, some F-16s, all that shit. But it really, really depends on what kind of conflictual relationships they have locally. Whether this armament, what this armament actually means. Is it an actual effort in strengthening their defensive capabilities, or is it a belligerent action that is anticipating an escalation? To me, I didn't want to go into semantics either, but to me, belligerent usually means someone who's ready to escalate, who's going to try to escalate. I don't think that the U.S. is trying to escalate by selling weapons to Taiwan, but they're definitely posturing something very important in the competition or conflict, whatever you want to call it, with China by doing so.
What are they posturing? Because, like, in my mind, Taiwan has no intentions of invading China, and China also has no intentions of invading Taiwan.
No. Okay, that's the thing. Taiwan doesn't have any intentions of invading China, but China's rhetoric for the past, I don't even know how many years, has been that Taiwan is not an independent country. China refuses to recognize Taiwan as a country. China refuses to let other countries recognize Taiwan as a country. China. So
then why do they have to invade? That's the thing,
because it's
right?
not.
If China already sees itself as owning Taiwan, why do they have to invade Taiwan?
Well, it wouldn't be an invasion. It would be the same way like annexing Hong Kong wasn't an invasion. They were just like, hey, your government, it has to be like has to
putting a ring on it.
Yeah.
Chao. To be fair, like if you look at Syria and ISIS, the state, ISIS the state, like why did they even need to invade their own country? Like why did they even need to protect? Because it's already there.
The name.
So they're Syria.
Yeah, because they were in the middle of a civil war. So then what are the strategic interests of China for invading Taiwan?
The historical origin of Taiwan and China is a civil war. They're not actively at war, but that's literally why
is not
there's two governments.
Until Taiwan is united.
What are the strategic interests for China to invade Taiwan?
No, it's ideological.
Out of it?
I don't know what are the strategic interests, but it's a really important ideological thing for China to have Taiwan. It's like a point of nationalism. And I guess actually, the strategic interests are also go into the sea control, right? Taiwan is an island, and in the rules based,
China's already making their own islands. They don't need Taiwan.
They do.
It will add to Chinese influence over the South China Sea. You can't deny that.
Sure, and then if China gets Taiwan, then guess what's really close to Taiwan? It's Japan.
Well, yeah, but then they have
about that?
Japan won't be happy about it. That's why Japan is also a supporter of Taiwan's independence.
Yeah, so then wouldn't that be in the calculus of China?
It is in the calculus. They still want it.
So then they wouldn't want to invade Taiwan then, if that's
until they think they can
China.
win. Until they think they can win. Absolutely.
Until they think they could win against who? Against the United
anyone
States.
who they assess is going to defend Taiwan. Yes.
When is China going to win against the United States?
No, because
are we really gonna?
there is such a thing as posturing and creating a situation where the allies want to intervene, right? Well, like going back to the beginning of this conversation, the U.S. didn't step in to defend Crimea. The UK and the U.S. didn't step in to defend Hong Kong. I don't think it will happen now.
So then, if that's within the calculus, then why hasn't China invaded Taiwan yet?
Because now is not the right time.
It's not the right time.
No.
But you just said that the United States isn't coming to the defense of, say, Crimea. So
no, that's not what I said. I said that China. Because before that you said that China is never going to consider invading Taiwan because it will lead to armed conflict with the U.S. I was just saying that China will probably try long term to create an international diplomatic situation where they will be confident that no one will step in to defend Taiwan. I don't think that situation exists right now, but I think that's the goal of Chinese diplomacy as far as Taiwan is concerned.
Yeah. All right. So my argument would then be is that there are a lot more negatives right now for China to invade Taiwan than the positives. And
I agree.
Besides the ones that I have already described, there is an economic partnership between Taiwan and China that they seek to preserve. Taiwan by itself is like really prosperous. Sure, like if you want to play the ideology game, yes, I agree with you. China would want to take Taiwan in order to like secure this ideology. But I think at the end of the day, states really do operate on their interests, their strategic interests. And invading Taiwan is one of the dumbest things that China could ever do.
And their ideological interests.
So,
this has great cultural.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing is that like I mentioned strategic interests. I have like I do value ideological interests, but like if I had to rank them, number one strategigic, then ideology. I don't think China is operating ideologically as much as
they absolutely are.
But
what do you think they're reverting from the liberal economy and a lot of the tech sector stuff and going back to the more government-run, command-orientated because they're trying to reorientate to the era where they had more control. I think it's very clear Xi Jinping wants to go back to an area where the government was more in control of things.
Also, I want to say, like,
you see, like you're coupling ideology with strategy because, like, to Xi Jinping, he probably thinks that it's just a lot better to run his economy with more state control than private enterprise.
But SenpaiChao, even agreeing with your take that it has to be motivated by strategy, I think you downplayed how important if there wasn't to be an extended important conflict over Taiwan, how much it would help China maneuver over the control of the South China Sea. Like it would be a huge win for them if they could.
If you looked at where Taiwan is, on the map, it's like barely in the South China Sea. There's a lot of room in the South China Sea, and China already has like a lot of ports and has like a lot of ways. Like, yeah, I could understand that like Taiwan is like an island that's like, and we could say that like it has significance, but I think the alternatives for China are so much better than to invade Taiwan.
Yeah, but that's not what. Like we already agreed on that. Yeah. That's not currently like a available like strategy. Like
I don't think it's ever going to be available. If the alternatives are, I think, when are the alternatives ever going to be worse than getting Taiwan?
Yeah, well, that's like the future. If nobody wants to protect Taiwan,
like play with hypotheticals. In what scenario would make the alternatives that China has, that would make those alternatives worse than
if China believes Taiwan, that it can take over Taiwan before anyone can react, and that no other country will commit to a foreign war over a already conquered, occupied area, then it gets to finish its revolution and the unification of China. That is a huge
China has
cultural win.
China already claims that it's finished this revolution.
It does not. It does not.
Yeah,
the rhetoric of the 100-year
propaganda.
Speech, it's propaganda. Like, okay, saying that Taiwan is not an independent country is not the same thing as saying that Taiwan is united with the mainland.
Taiwan doesn't establish independence.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It's not recognized by other people.
All right. So this is what like people don't understand about Taiwan. They don't establish independence. If they wanted to establish independence, what they would want to do is they want to be recognized in the United Nations. Taiwan has no interest
blocking
in that. They don't do that.
They do have interest in that.
But no, they don't. They don't have. There's no interest because there's no gain. What are they to gain from establishing actual independence?
Because then you have a rules-based invasion.
Independently. Because what?
Okay, never mind.
Sorry.
Because then you are seen as an independent nation who has the diplomatic ability to have defensive pacts. So if you do get invaded, people are contractually obligated.
They already have that with the United States.
No, we do not. We do not have a mutual defense treaty. We do not.
It's not a mutual defense treaty. It's not.
We do not have an invasion treaty. We don't have any of these things.
We don't have an actual. Okay, no. Stop. We don't have an actual embassy in Taiwan, but we do have a building in which diplomats go there.
Yeah. But if Taiwan was to be invaded, we are not diplomatically bound to defend them.
Taiwan is a game, okay? And we have to play this game in which it's a game of pretend. That's what it is.
Well, do you know why is it a game of pretend? Because the threat is if anyone does recognize Taiwan, that China will immediately invade them, has been the historical precedent.
A couple of countries already have diplomatic relations with Taiwan, and China has not invaded. China has not invaded Taiwan for, I don't know, how many decades. And the rhetoric...
Why? Why do you think that is? Do you think that's because China doesn't want to?
Huh? The best chance that China had in invading Taiwan was right at the beginning, okay? And they haven't done so.
Okay, buddy.
And I don't think they're going to. And there's no good reason as to why China would ever do so. And you know
there
what?
Is because they clearly state it all the time. That is the explicit goal of the Communist Party.
Why haven't they done it?
Because they don't think they can.
Why haven't they done it? Are they just being a paper tiger then?
There's a difference between having a goal and accomplishing your goal. Just because you want to do something doesn't mean it's advantageous to do it immediately or feasible.
That they've been talking about their goal.
Why does that matter to you?
Right here, you're mistaking what they say with actually what they want to do.
Okay, so you think that they have no interest.
Something to do with, huh?
It's all just like the propaganda meme. They don't actually want to see the revolution finish. There's no ideological drive to this thing. Communism has failed really, so no one actually really cares about it. It's just propaganda now.
Communism has failed. Look at what China is. They're state capitalists.
Yeah, I was agreeing. I was saying that. Like I say, maybe you're saying internally they think communism's failed, so now they don't care about it.
Like, okay, obviously, if their economy is mixed state capitalists, but they're still talking about communism, and you still have dipshit leftists here in America thinking that China is socialist, then yeah, it is just rhetoric. It is just propaganda.
Yeah, okay.
Can I run it back just the start of the disagreement? In that case, like why, if China has no interest in pressuring for annexation of Taiwan, why did the U.S. like sell weapons to Taiwan? Like why does Taiwan think it's important to arm themselves?
Because security is like a public good, and every country wants to be secure.
Sure, but if secure from what?
Like, what? And like, if the United States from what? So, every single country has a military.
Yeah,
do they? So then, do they all have credible threats from their neighboring countries?
What?
For the ones that are actively advancing their military, yes.
Everybody's advancing the military.
No, not the same degrees.
What country besides like really, really small ones like Mauritius are like not advancing the military?
I wanted to say like Vatican doesn't have like standing army, so I wanted to say that as a joke.
Not even a soccer team. No,
but I want to just say something on this topic, because I think that Taiwan actually also like changed their political stance on what they are. Like in the past, and this is like pretty recent, I think. In the past, they still claimed like mainland China, as part of Taiwan, or how they would say like China, the actual China. So I think that's one of these things that that's like, if they want to go for that future, it's like long game independence and that kind of stuff. That's one of these things. Also, like China has like a record of claiming things that are like 700 years old. Their claim on the southeast China Sea, that it's basically because they conquered like northern parts of Vietnam, and at that time that wasn't like the 1300s, right? And in that time they had that land, so, and then the ocean. So that claim is like ridiculous to have like a claim that goes like 700 years ago, but they kind of do, and they slowly act upon it. They don't go like balls to the walls, right? That's not something they do.
Okay.
Well,
so
to be fair,
you were referring
even
to before. Sorry, I talked a lot.
Go ahead, Senpai. No, go ahead. You go ahead.
Thank you. So, Chinchilla, what you were referring to before, in which when Taiwan was claiming China, was the 1992 consensus, and that was a deal between the KMT and Beijing, in which they were like, okay, there's one China. They agreed to that. Okay, they got to that point, but they had a disagreement on where the capital was. Was it Beijing or was it Taipei? And even then, when the ruling party, the KMT, said that no, the real capital is in Taipei, China did not invade. Okay, there was already agreement. There's one China, and then when the new party, the Democratic Progressive Party, came into power, then they disregarded the 1992 consensus. And instead, their language, they're very careful. Okay, Tsai Ing-wen is very careful about her language when talking about bilateral relations with China. She continues to say that she wants the relationship to prosper, that she wants trade to increase and for travel to increase and all these good things, okay, for them to work together, etc., etc. But she's very careful to not say that we're an independent country from China.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, but that's the thing. Like they all have like this long game like strategy to get to the point that they want, and I would think that Taiwan probably wants to be like that independent nation, compared to China, who wants to like invade. Like you said, like it's not invade, but
here's the thing that a lot of people aren't forgetting. That I think a lot of people are like not noticing, is that Taiwan has already achieved its goal. They're already acting independently. They have their own military, they have their own population, they have their own culture, they have their own government institutions, they have their own relationships, they trade,
and they're not recognized by any major country or the UN.
Here's the thing: independence is just a status. To Taiwan, it's just a status.
It's not. They want to be recognized.
They need anything else more, okay?
They want that. Do you think? Are you arguing that Taiwan really doesn't want to be a part of the UN? They really don't want to have official treaties with anyone. They like not really existing. They don't.
They have official treaties. They're an observer state. I don't know, like, what gain would Taiwan get from like having a vote in the UN General Assembly? I don't think there's any. I think like the last thing that they really tried to do that actually may be supportive of your argument would be Taiwan wanting to join the World Health Organization. And I think like
why wouldn't they able to do that?
What do you mean why wouldn't they did?
Why weren't they able to do that?
They weren't able to do that. One, they weren't able to do that because of China. Two, they also weren't able to do that because of the United States. Okay, the United States also recognizes this little game of pretend when it comes to China and Taiwan.
Okay, never mind. That's fine. Cool.
Yeah, I think it's Chao. The thing that you must think about is like the long term like strategies, and I definitely think that. Like for Taiwan, it's like
Taiwan is winning this long-term strategy.
Okay? Yeah, for now they do. So, and that's the thing, right? So yeah, but yeah, maybe we can talk about something else, because let's play instead of the US and the NATO game, let's play the China game. Let's talk more about like would you do if you were like Xi Jinping right now? What would be your strategy, like to keep
Regards to
like
Taiwan.
no regards to like to Asia in general? Like, what would your strategy be like when you see like Kamala Harris coming in and trying to strengthen ties? What we what would be your strategy as like Xi Jinping?
Oh my god. I have to like when thinking about this question, answering it, have to be really careful not to like I would guess like answer how I would do things. But like what would Xi Jinping do? Fuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
What would Xi Jinping do?
There's definitely going to be overlap. But how about this? I think if Xi Jinping is going to try to like continue his aggressive policies when it comes to South China Sea, as well as his relationships with other countries via South China Sea, I think that's going to be really bad. The reason why is because that's just going to make those countries not like China and align more with the United States. And while China really enjoyed 4 years under Trump, I don't think they're as easily going to be getting that opportunity ever again. With Biden right now pivoting to Asia, I think China really has to like rethink their strategy when it comes to their approach to the South China Sea, et cetera, et cetera. And what I would like to see, if I was Xi Jinping, if I was the ruler of China, what I would do is to
Dude, why am I
reimagine
frozen?
the strategy that would represent a little bit more towards liberalism, international liberalism, than their aggressive policies.
Okay. So, name, what would you do if you were Xi Jinping?
I don't think China needs to tone down the whole influence war. On the contrary, because if you're Xi Jinping, you also have to balance foreign policy and internal policy. China is under what I would call like kind of a spell of nationalism, as far as I can tell, where it's actually really important for Xi Jinping to show an appearance of a strong man. And to go into like confrontational negotiation techniques, having that situation where China is pushing for a lot more than what they could realistically take, could in the certain negotiation strategies actually create a much more advantageous starting point, right? Then you can make concessions and arrive at a situation that's still favorable to you, simply because you pushed the starting point so far in your favor that whatever concessions you're forced to make, you can totally afford to make them. So now specifically to because the question was also asking like what would be the response to Kamala Harris. I would like reach out to to other countries first, and to the same countries that Kamala Harris reached out to, and you know, just compete for better deals. Keep pushing the Belt and Road Initiative. Try to couch it in rhetoric of like opposing American imperialism and that don't worry, we want the sea influence, but we're not going to care too much. And you know what? We will control the sea, but we'll make trade deals. We will let you use like the parts of the sea that we're laying claims on, or maybe if you side stronger with us, like we will relinquish claims on, like that's what I mean by like compromise. We could relinquish claims on the parts of the sea that you're adjacent to, stuff like that. That's what I think Xi Jinping could do.
Okay. OnlyFacts, are you still here?
Yeah. Let me disconnect and I'll reconnect here in a second. Okay.
Okay. Then we go to
right.
Elysium.
Yep. I can guess. I don't know. I don't like the framing of this because I don't know what I would do if I was Xi Jinping. But I can say what I expect he would do. Yeah. So like I agree a lot with what Neymanin said. I think you want to continue to, or I think he wants to continue to push the nationalism in China and push like the culture of China to like the ideal communist worker or like communist citizen meme that they have go on. And I don't know, China's got a lot of problems that it has to deal with and doesn't always deal with them well. So like it's running into its demographic problems. So it either needs to outsource labor to Africa and Southeast Asia, and transfer its economy more services or more high-tech manufacturing or other things. But it doesn't look like Xi Jinping wants to do that. It looks like he wants to still be the manufacturing base, which would put him in direct competition with these people. So I don't know, like the current moves of the government seems like it's going to be counterproductive in that long run. I guess we'll see how that plays out. I guess you really want your economic influences in Africa to pay off. And you really want Russia to stop sabotaging the Belt and Road and that to be successful. And then you need to make new inroads in the Middle East. And with Europe, who's also probably going to be moving into the Middle East to have better access to energy, as that's going to get more and more expensive, maybe.
Okay, so Chao, you kind of like semi-disagreed in the sense that you think it needs to be like less aggressive. So maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if not, then they're just going to push away the countries that they actually need to cooperate with. If they do want, like, say, the Belt and Road Initiative to be successful. I think like the reason why China is having such a big problem with these countries, the Southeast Asian countries, than say like countries in Africa, has to do with the proximity effect. Because the countries are like in Southeast Asia are really close to China, then they kind of like think very differently about, say, like what happens when they do feel threatened or things like that, or what happens if like they do go to war, etc., etc. Then like they're right next door, etc., etc.
I think
I would like
that
to
kind of like shows. Go. Okay. Never mind. Finish. It's fine.
Yeah, I do want to disagree though with like the ideology of like the straw man or like communism, socialism, things like that. Because at least like to my understanding and research, that what's really important when it comes to Chinese foreign policy has less to do with being strong and more to do with being benevolent. So like here comes this idea, this like ancient Confucius kind of idea of Tian Sha, which is like sky down, or like everything below heaven. So like back then in China, they had like the mandate of heaven, and like they believed that the emperor of China was the person who was able to rule everything under heaven, and everything outside of China was not heaven and things like that. Right now, they've kind of like moved this past from like just China to like the whole world is under heaven, and kind of like China's rightful place is to be the hegemon, is to be the ruler. Okay, they call themselves Dongguo, the country in the middle. Okay, they're in the center of the world, things like that. So then like it has less to do with being strong and being aggressive, and more so to do with like, hey, we're really rich, and because we're really rich, we want to share those riches. Okay, and that's kind of like their idea of being the benevolent hegemon.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
I didn't. I understand that it came off that way. When I was talking about like a strongman image or nationalism, it was it wasn't as much that it informs foreign policy, but rather that my impression is that Xi Jinping holding the country together in a very like pragmatic propaganda way is based partially on that. It's really important. I actually fully agree with you. That's why I also mentioned like why if I was Xi Jinping, like my diplomats would be reaching out to these other countries, and their rhetoric would be like a benevolent one, absolutely. But internally, it seems like it's important for. It seems to me that it's important for Xi Jinping to appear as a strong leader and to appear as a unifying force, and also to tell the Chinese people that they are like you said, the center of the world, and to and like you said, to be hegemons. That to me, those aren't incompatible. Are quite the contrary. Those are fully go hand in hand with a very nationalistic perspective on your country and the rest of the world.
So then, like, what's really important here is, like, at least to my understanding of what you said before, is to distinguish the rhetoric when it comes to like domestic rhetoric and international rhetoric. And yes, they're not incompatible, but they're definitely different. So then, like, when it comes to when you listen to the diplomats of China, and like they go to other countries, like say in Africa, what they always talk about, like how they're going to be helpful, how they're not going to ask for anything in return, and how the Western strategy of development is bad. Okay. But at the end of the day, it all goes back to them being better at helping poorer countries than the United States. And that's because they want to like prop themselves up as the alternative to the Washington consensus. Here's the Beijing consensus. And we're going to be better. That's basically it.
Yeah. I fully agree, and I didn't make that nuance clear enough. That like part of what I was talking about was like the internal discourse, and the other part was supposed to be the external discourse. I think you said much more clearly.
Ilisium, do you care to respond? No,
I totally agree. I mean, internally, they're definitely going to present it as benevolent. Diplomatically, it's going to be benevolent, but like, there's plenty of conflicts to people that are local who China views as in their sphere of influence already, and like I don't know, we see those play out in their economic negotiations and their like water negotiations and stuff. Like all the diplomatic talk is going to be nice, but like the actual back and forth is not.
Okay, so
OnlyFax is getting back.
OnlyFax, welcome back.
Oh my god.
Oh, he
changed his room.
Oh, he changed his room.
It's just the green screen. I had to do another program, whatever.
Don't touch the wall. Don't touch the brick wall.
Yeah, yeah. Anyways, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Go ahead, y'all.
So the question that we had was basically what would you do if you were Xi Jinping for the interest of China? Like, do you have like any take on that, OnlyFax?
I would look at America's current posture in the world as having been weakened by, let's say, and this is kind of a scrambled thought, but internally, domestically, the politics are so divided. Lots of multinational corporations that influence the domestic and foreign policy of America, but even externally, that we use and lose partners all the time. And I don't know what you guys were mentioning before because I wasn't listening with my technical issues.
Okay.
But if I were Xi Jinping, I would look at how America has treated its other parts of the world and would make the case to the people around me that, hey, America thinks you're the hottest thing right now, but there will be a time where your utility is spent up and is not going to be worth it anymore. And I'm not saying it's going to be a pullout like Afghanistan or whatever, but they will not always be there when you need them. And then I would make a case, look at all these other countries. Hey, why don't you just stay under our umbrella? Geographically, you're closer, and I'll look out for you. And it's and couch it in that. Not saying that's right or that is like moral or ethical, but if I were Xi Jinping or president of China.
Mm-hmm.
So, Max, while you were away, I did mention that a huge strategy of Chinese diplomats around the world is to talk about the weakness of the United States or the ineffectiveness of the Washington Consensus, of economic liberalization, of the New World Order kind of organizations like the IMF and the World Bank and things like that. So yeah, in agreement.
Yeah, and we could talk about Africa, but again, we're talking about Asia. But yeah, China and Africa. But I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of feels a little bit like the Russia game. Like Russia is like with all this like trying to do like propaganda and stuff like that. Like, do you guys think that's like a viable like strategy for China as well to push that kind of stuff to?
Well,
they
I
have this narrative, right? So then, like, yeah, I wouldn't say it's propaganda, but like it's a narrative that supports them and like is at the demerit of another country, and the United States does the same thing because they're both in competition, both being the top two economies in the world.
But my question would be like, if you look at Russia and like having like these troll farms or whatever you want to call, would that be advantageous for China to have that same style of strategy?
Oh, to destabilize the United States with like Facebook groups?
Yes, that kind of
stuff.
If they don't already. I don't know.
but on the scale that basically like Russia is playing at.
So like that's
Yeah,
the
we don't
thing
know.
is that I don't think China is interested in those kinds of activities, not as much as Russia. And I think what's really important to distinguish the two is their strategy towards like I guess towards like trying to obtain hegemony. So then for Russia or back then the Soviet Union, it was kind of through like military violence. Yeah, it was a Cold War, but then there's these bunch of proxy wars. They competed in nuclear armaments and things like that. Whereas for China, it's more so a competition for money. It's an economic competition. So then,
Yeah.
like yes, I guess like one could say that it would be to the advantage of China, but then what would then be like the disadvantages when like people find out that China is doing this? Like, where does that put them onto the world stage? How does that influence their image of trying to be like this benevolent hegemon and things like that? Like this is something that like may backfire for China is that a lot of their rhetoric is calling out the United States for being hypocrites, and then like what happens if then like they do they start committing to actions that are like similar, then all of a sudden they become the hypocrites, right? Then like that's really something that they have to be really careful about is not for them to eat their words. They can't eat their words because if they do, then they're fucked. Something that I did want to mention before is that like when it comes to partnerships between China and the United States, or like for really any country in the world, they don't necessarily have to pick one over the other. They can have both, and I think that's like that's the ideal scenario when it comes to world development. Is which like is when every rich country cooperates or is able to give what they can to the development of poorer countries so that we combat inequality.
Okay. Yeah. That being said, like China does this, like does the propaganda, but it's not on the same level as Russia. Russia is like pretty blatant, obvious with it, so it's that's the difference. But Legion, you wanted to say something?
Sure. I guess to jump back before we get back into the problem, I think it's hard to do that benevolent diplomacy with your neighbors when like you're like pressuring like, hey, like America might not be there in like your time of need. They might not be there for you when like that time of need is like when China's demanding something from them or when China's invading them. So like when you are the pressure that's causing them to be in need, it's hard to like play that off benevolently. So like that comes down to more like situations with COVID right now, which is why our response to COVID, especially in reference to Southeast Asia when they're having their big infection right now, would be like a really big deciding factor in how people would look back on the future. So like if we look back on it and it's like, okay, did America help us fight COVID? Did China help us fight COVID? Which of these was more useful to us? Did America like help us build a sustainable system, a sustainable water structure? Did they like work or did China help us have more access to water or detract from that? Like these are going to be the questions that they're asking. I feel like it's like actions now in natural disasters are probably going to play out how the local area views America and China.
And
So that'd
those are
probably be
the
important.
same exact questions that a lot of African leaders are asking themselves, and their answer is that the IMF, the World Bank, austerity, liberalization did not help them at all. Yes, I would say that it did help them stabilize their economy because they defaulted on their loans, they couldn't fund their government, and things like that. Some could argue that what the IMF did needed to be done, and there was no alternative. But then, in the eyes of like a lot of people in Africa, is that they completely botched their healthcare system, their education system. There's generations upon generations of people who are uneducated because austerity. And so then their answer, a lot of the answers of African countries, is that China is the better alternative. They're getting money, and yes, like in a lot of ways, this money is still has some strings attached. A couple of like of ports are being owned by China now that are being built and things like that, et cetera, et cetera. But like to the point in which like what the United States has done, when it comes to like now you have to cut this from your government spending, and now you have to privatize this industry, and now you can't provide this good to your people, then like that's their choice. That's what they're juggling with.
Yeah, and that has big implications too. But definitely, yeah, any sort of rhetoric or propaganda in Africa is probably also going to be easier because you don't have that local pressure as well. In regards to like the hacking part, I probably really agree with what SenpaiChao was saying too. I don't think they're as focused on like the cultural troll farming because Russia seems to be doing fine. Like they do engage with that a little bit. Maybe if Russia wasn't, they would ramp that up. But they definitely seem to be more focused on the like business and IP hacking, and that's like where they're putting their I don't know, what do we want to call it? Like computer trolling weight.
So yeah, I if I think about these Russian farms, I always laugh because of the fact that I think about like Ukraine when they annexed like Crimea, or when Russia annexed Crimea, they tried to push the narrative that Ukraine was against the Netherlands, and they tried to burn a flag, and they tried to burn a French flag first of all, and it was made by Russians, right? So you could also hear that it was like actually like Ukrainians, it was like Ukrainians talking Russian, so yeah, Russians talking Ukraine, and then also because of EU regulations, the flag doesn't burn because that's one of these things, and it's like it was so funny because they tried to get this flag to burn, but it didn't burn, and it was a French flag. So I thought that was hilarious. But Naim, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, just concerning the whole this whole like cyber warfare segment. My impression is that China does exert propaganda through it, but they do it in more defensive ways. They don't. I haven't seen any situation where they seem to like try to influence an election or destabilize a political landscape the way Putin has, but they do seem to put a lot of energy into fighting the ideological war over the optics of the Uyghur over the Uyghur genocide. Right, there's a lot of misinformation being spread. I have no doubt that it's very strongly supported by official Chinese interests in the background. I also agree with Ilisium that the main focus though is like things that have actual economical impact, like industrial espionage, which we all know is a like important thing for them. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Only facts?
I was just gonna say something kind of funny, but I think Nabisco is having like a what do you call it? A strike. Their workers, and Nabisco makes Oreo, the cookie, and it turns out that China stole the formula for what makes the Oreo cream filling so white and perfect. So that was actually stolen, like through a hack, and now China owns that. Like not owns it, but has that formula. And we may laugh about that, but it is a very important thing because, like, even things like the person who came up with the formula for creating indigo, instead of having to go to India or wherever, Bangladesh, and get indigo, if you can, do it artificially, you can make so many more jeans in Haiti for 21 cents an hour that Obama administration was trying to pressure. But that's another story. So yeah, anyways, that's a quick aside.
Yeah, we should.
Can they find out what's the Krabby Patty recipe too?
Yeah, the Krabby Patty. Yeah, yeah. That's under the sea, or I don't know, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Something about like an interesting fact that I found out about China. I would say like maybe within this year was that like only recently was China actually able to make ballpoint pens because they didn't know how.
Yeah.
Back to the just like a funny aside. Back to the propaganda thinking about Bob. So that like Russia has like Russia Today, okay, and Chatter just talked about how like they were getting anti-vax propaganda from Russia Today, and kind of like the news that I'm kind of exposed to that comes from China is the South China Morning Post, and what I get from that is like Chinese military drifting military trucks, like going in swirls and things like that, like fun stuff. So then that's the difference in what I'm exposed to between like Russia and China.
Yeah, it also. Oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm becoming like 9 years old right now because this reminds me of John Oliver making fun of the president of Turkmenistan, or like the Gulabayev or something, where like that's not his name, but like he'll in front of his cabinet, he'll pick up a golden rod and act like he's strong, and everybody's like clapping, and then he goes out into a military truck and like drives through fireballs and stuff like that, and trying to like make his appeal so much cooler. So I don't know if that's related, but yeah. Anyways, go ahead. I'm sorry. That's
I just wanted to mention also the as far as the propaganda thing goes, like what you're saying earlier, Senpai, about the moral high ground in the Chinese optics, was the impression I had discussing those kinds of things with people in China who like were educated and cared about politics and everything, is that they felt like they had a really strong moral high ground in defending Chinese like authoritarian policies and things like that, simply by stating the fact that we don't tell you how to live your life in your countries, so don't come here tell us like how to live our lives in our country. So obviously, if China started like what we're talking about, like intervene in elections, intervene in policies in foreign countries, that would completely dismantle that moral high ground.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we covered a bunch of topics. Like, Chao, are there specific topics that you want to still cover around this issue, around this topic?
I guess like a big question would then be concerning the topic is what do we feel about Kamala Harris not visiting Indonesia? Because I think like Indonesia used to have like a good relationship with the United States, but then because of recent actions such as the crackdowns, the murders, the political landscape in Indonesia, that Kamala Harris did not visit that country.
Yeah, I would say that's definitely bad. Like, we talked about this like in a former podcast, like basically about like how the 1940s went down over there, and basically that the Dutch got pressured into like to not fight to get Indonesia back. Otherwise, they couldn't get the Marshall Plan, which comes from the U.S. So the U.S. actually pressured for the Dutch to go out. So they historically had like a good ties there. Like honestly, like I'm also a little bit concerned because of the fact that we have like in the past, the US, NATO, we went and bully a lot of Muslim like countries, and like the biggest Muslim country in the world is Indonesia. So that opens like a whole other like a can of worms. Like basically, are we Islamophobic then, right? If we do this thing where we only reach out to the Asian countries that aren't like a Muslim, right? Like it kind of like at that point, yeah, it could send that signal, right? So that's something that I would be concerned about. But I don't know what you guys think. Like,
To
should
respond to
like,
that,
yeah,
to respond to the Islamophobia point, I think then it's really convenient that Kamala Harris only visited 2 countries in the entire region. So then, like, did Kamala Harris not visit Cambodia because they were Muslim? Did they not visit Myanmar because they were Muslim? Not the Philippines. Like, there's a bunch of countries
oh yeah,
in that region that are not Muslim majority, but they weren't they didn't get a visit.
No, it would definitely make sense that you approach Indonesia if you talk about like trade routes and that kind of stuff, right? Like,
yeah, but then
yeah.
like that's why I gave the context before that one of the reasons why is that of Indonesia's political landscape recently, like they're trending towards authoritarianism. The crackdowns, the killings, and things like that. That's something that's like really concerning to I would say like the United States, that they wouldn't want to form a relationship with a country like that.
Okay, so what would be the political strategy like? So that's the question, right?
I guess like the political strategy is, if you want to form partnerships or relationship with the United States, that you have to be like really mindful about human rights, and like that's something that I would say is a lot more ideological than strategic. But then I think it's a pretty good ideal. Okay, protecting human rights is a pretty good idealistic interest. Okay, if there was any idealistic interest that I wanted a country to have, it would be to protect human rights.
So yeah, let's ask that question to you guys, like Elysium, the strategy, like then. Elysium?
I'm not very familiar with Indonesia, so I don't have a bunch of input. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's fine.
Okay,
I'll see what you guys say first, and then there's like maybe one thing.
Oh, and then you're gonna roast this.
Yeah,
this is how
yeah,
like,
exactly.
what the fuck? You're just gonna be contrarian. It's like a debate bro tactic.
Bro.
So let's go to name and then only facts. Or yeah. Only facts. You want to go first? So
no, it's okay. All right, I'll go ahead. So I come from a pool or a thought pool that thinks that America doesn't actually care about human rights. We just want what's in our geostrategic interest. If it so happens to be that human rights would help aid our interests in whatever we're trying to do, so be it. That's why I say that 2 birds with 1 stone. If human rights is a good optic, but we really want something else, well, so be it. So having said that, I think what is happening is Indonesia is kind of reading the writing on the wall, where as a Muslim country, they look at China. China is, I wouldn't say belligerent, but is not the most friendliest to Muslim countries. Same with America. They don't know who's going to be there for them in the end. And also, it's the fact that under the, from what I'm reading, under the Trump administration, Indonesia wasn't all gung-ho on joining this quad where, you know, they would be kind of this like little like bulwark against Chinese hegemony or influence. And on top of that, thinking that they would be losing their autonomy under such a union or whatever this would entail. Secondly, from what I'm reading about the UN resolution responsibility to protect the R2P, we're only 15 countries, with Indonesia being one, and I think it has to do something with something about human rights, and you know, if you violate them, that it could open the door for foreign intervention. and I think Indonesia knows all too well about that. But most problematic for them, I think, is their intervention in Papua, a easternmost province, where I guess there's some secessionist tendencies there, and I guess they fear that could be used as a reason for other countries to get involved into their whatever affairs. So I don't know if I'm just rambling here at this point, but I'm saying they're in a very tight spot. America is very important to have to be on their good list, but they may be seeing the writing on the wall, and they should also know that China, they should be on their good list, and it's kind of a sucky position to be in. Okay. And I think, and one last thing, I think Kamala not like visiting them is kind of like, hey, if you want to join the club, here are the benefits. If not, we won't even, wave goodbye, or whatever.
Okay, let's go to Naaman.
Yeah, I think this touches upon a question that I was thinking of, reading up on Kamala Harris's tour. There is a talking point that came up a few times, and that I was thinking about, because which was the whole human rights thing, where Kamala Harris also talked about her visits being important in reaffirming the U.S. commitment to guaranteeing human rights all across the world, and specifically in Southeast Asia. And I was reading it from kind of more of like only facts perspective of like, well, what does this mean pragmatically, right? The U.S. maybe the Biden administration really does believe in that ideal, and that would be great. But also the U.S. has a history of compromise, of being very, very quick to compromise ideals of human rights when it came to political practicality and geopolitics. I don't know how. I think the U.S. approach to countries like Indonesia, Myanmar with the coup no longer being even a semblance of a democracy, the Philippines having a very strong authoritarian bent as well. The way that the U.S. diplomats will approach those countries, and in general the big differences in culture and in belief in human rights, will be really revelatory of how strong and genuine is that stance on human rights. I honestly have no idea whether it's posturing or whether it's genuine. And even if it's genuine, there might be a breaking point. There might be a point where they're like, okay, no, we're going to compromise on this ideal because we need to make those diplomatic ties. I honestly have no idea in which direction that's going to go, as far as just from seeing what's going on right now.
So, Ilisium, do you want to say something, or do you want me to let SenpaiChao have a response instead of you being debate bro?
No, I'm not a fucking debate bro. Okay. I mean, I don't know too much about Indonesian.
I disagree. We're gonna talk about that now. Is Ilisium a debate bro? That's our next panel going to be.
I'll be a debate bro for you guys. Okay. I'm more familiar with like the sanctions that we've gone forward on Myanmar. But yeah, like I don't know. I guess in general, I think Xi Jinping's pivot to be more aggressive with China in their foreign policy has like made a big shift in the region, whereas something like the Quad would probably not have been politically in any way feasible in like 2010. But since Xi Jinping's moves, something like the Quad is now an actual thing, and other countries are like incentivized to join. Like we might even see Vietnam join it, or like not the Quad directly, but like the Quad plus meme, and like have a little extended things. And even the countries that have more antagonistic relationships with America, as China pushes further, will probably be pushed further themselves to want to join something like that, and that might give them some incentive to compromise on human rights to meet the qualifications to join.
Okay. Yeah.
I always hate the word human rights because I believe it's like such a. I'm not talking to anybody here about it. I just personally, when I hear the word human rights, it's become such a bastardized concept. I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to discuss all the minutia about it, but yeah, whatever.
Ciao.
Whew, all right. Human rights. So it's pretty much impossible to like try to get a formula of like what the United States or really any country prioritizes. Okay. When it comes to policy, especially foreign policy, it's a mixture of interests. Okay, and human rights is definitely one of them. Now, like if we wanted to, I think it's futile to rank them, and every single situation is going to be different depending on the relationship and things like that. But for sure, human rights is a real thing, and definitely something that the United States has espoused both in policy as well as in rhetoric. Especially when, like, if you were to look at all of the human rights conventions that, or like really any of the treaties that the United States is a part of, um, they only really sign when they can actually like fulfill them or when they want to fulfill them. And that includes a bunch of the human rights conventions. And so then like even like I kept on mentioning the law of the sea. The United States has not ratified it. But they support it a lot of the times. So like even when a lot of the treaties aren't ratified by the United States, they don't have the signature of the United States because it has to go through the Senate, and the Senate is like a huge bitch. The United States still, most of the time, does comply with those treaties, and it's for the sake of, well, like a rules-based society, international liberalism, and so then, like, yeah, I do disagree with only facts. Human rights is a factor that is considered.
Oh, but I think we selectively judge or perceive what those human rights are. So like you look at Israel or Saudi Arabia or the former South African apartheid system, whatever. And I'm not relating them in any way. I'm just saying, at the same time, somebody can do X and then another country can do something less, and we'll harp on what the other country. Like I feel like, yes, human rights is a part of our overall formula, but sometimes it's selective or it's not adjudicated or whatever it's called evenly, or if that makes any sense.
Well, yeah, but that's like everything, right? We select our interests, and depending on if they're compatible or if they're not compatible, then we have to make tough decisions, right? Not everything is going to be as easy as we have one factor and only one factor, and we reduce down our actions to that, right? And like you mentioned, South Africa, the United States did put sanctions. Of course, it had to be overridden by Congress because Reagan vetoed it.
It was too late.
Huh? What? It was too late?
Well, no, I meant we had sat idly by for a long time, in my opinion, where we even called Nelson Mandela a terrorist and even helped the South African intel find him in the first place and jail him for 20 years.
And then the rest of the world came in, and then the United States saw an optics change when it came to
of course,
doing that.
But I'm just saying our human rights thing wasn't there at the first place.
So then, but then here's the thing: is that I'm pretty sure labeling Nelson Mandela as a terrorist was something by the administration, the Reagan administration, or the administration before.
Mm-hmm.
That's the executive. But what came down, like the human rights concern, came from Congress.
Okay. I wanna name
Agreed.
Name wanted to say something.
Shit. I lost my human rights. I think obviously there's like you like what you're saying, Senpai. It's a formula and everything, but like my personal like not like necessarily buying into Kamala Harris talking about human rights is just the history of like what it, to me from the outside perspective, not knowing everything that informed every decision, a lot of decisions were No, sorry, actually, okay, now I remember what I actually wanted to push back on. At the end of the day, like the United States, sure, they espouse human rights and they ratify conventions, but when they prop up governments that will that are going to knowingly break human rights, that I can't look at that and say, yeah, the United States are a paragon of support of the human rights. When it's human rights for us, but not for like other countries, when it's inconvenient, then that's not actually espousing human rights. That's just being being manipulative.
Again, I'll give the same response. Is that like when it comes to foreign policy, then we sometimes have to sacrifice some interests over others. So then, what you were really mentioning, the propping of governments, we were in the middle of the Cold War. We were fighting communism.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's a. I mean, I really understand the argument. I think it's a fair criticism to say, like, if human rights are a really important value, but we're not consistent with them, they're not as important of a value as we're pretending them to be. I understand that criticism. I totally agree. I think human rights are a value that most nations have to varying degrees, and like our commitment in the UN to what we're going to define as human rights are things that we probably like generally want, but we do compromise on that a lot. And I don't think Manon was even like referring to like the Cold War stuff, because that does get a lot harder. But like we can talk about like propping up Saudi Arabia, probably like my go-to example of like where we compromise on a lot of human rights stuff in order for the other geopolitical things.
Women in Saudi Arabia could now drive cars.
I think that's not the argument you think it is, buddy.
Okay, but something that was mentioned before here. And like we could understand that the reason why Saudi Arabia were doing that is because of our oil interest. Like we're really oil dependent, and like if we were to go against that, then that causes a lot more harm than good. Correct? But then like
yeah, but that's the entire argument, that we're willing to compromise on other things in order to have. We're willing to compromise on human rights in order to have other goods.
This is really interesting because, like, when I say human rights are important, I'm not saying that human rights is the most important. I'm not even saying that everything that we do hinges upon human rights. Okay, and it becomes like really stupid because like that's really extreme. But then on the other end of that extreme is that human rights doesn't matter at all. But like in a lot of cases, it does.
So I think one of the hard parts about mixing the geopolitical and the human rights is that like when we typically talk about human rights, we mostly talk about it in like a moral sense, and like consistency is very important in morals. So like if we're gonna like have a moral stance on human rights, it like necessarily has to be a consistent thing. And then when we get into geopolitics, it's not a consistent thing. So like it mixes the morals and the geopolitics, and you end in kind of like it is something we value and more we want it to be there, but there's like a geopolitical reality where morals and politics don't or clash very harshly with each other.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I do see a lot of fault in that. I do agree that the United States is very inconsistent with what it says and what it does when it comes to human rights, for a bunch of reasons that you guys have already talked about. And things like that, but at least like what I do understand is that foreign policy is really complex, and like everything, and that like these are tough decisions that have to be made, or at least are made, that like we may not like, but
I mean,
they're made.
Okay, I sympathize with both of you guys' positions here, because like on one side I understand saying like we're not consistent with our human rights, but on the other hand, I also say I understand that, but I also value like pushing some human rights, even if it's not our biggest priority. Like I'd rather have some value on human rights than no value on human rights. Yeah.
Okay. Name.
Yeah, I think I have an idea of like what the core disagreement here is. It's and to a certain extent, like what we're talking about is the intention behind geopolitical decisions. And when we're discussing intentions, those are very hard things to prove. Those are usually very opinion based. You can't like hop into someone's brain and know exactly why they're choosing to do things. And even with a group of people, it's still really hard. So my feeling is that like OnlyFacts and myself to a certain extent, we see the intention in mentioning human rights as being a very how to put it, I don't want to use the word manipulative, but yeah, hollow or sure, or like one where it's used as a rhetorical tool, not as much as an ideal. SenpaiChao sees it as an ideal that that has to be compromised with because we live in a reality, not a fantasy world, but we're just looking at the same things with a different perspective that are like hard to reconcile. Would you agree, Senpai?
No, I don't think they're hollow at all.
Well, no, I know you're not going to agree with the position, but do you agree with that being the core of the disagreement? Like a reading of intention?
So then, like, okay, so then can you tell me why? What is the geostrategic interest of Kamala Harris not visiting Indonesia?
Look, honestly, it might. I agree. In large part also with the possibility that she just was going to go visit two countries and they had to choose like the two countries that both were likely to respond positively and were really important to strategic interests.
Okay. I feel like I can argue the lefty point here with
But also, honestly, I don't fully think it's entirely hollow. I do think a lot of people are really genuine in their espousal of human rights. Very much more likely to believe it coming from Kamala Harris than from like I forgot who would have done this under Trump, but like I will. Yeah, I'll definitely be a lot more charitable towards her talking about human rights. That's why, honestly, earlier I said I don't know. Maybe it will be a really important policy, something that will really importantly influence U.S. policy going forward in the region, and in which case it will be interesting to see how they push it. But yeah.
Okay, OnlyFacts.
I usually don't like to like read from something, but if I can just read like a short little 1-minute passage from the eastasiaforum.org website, I find it to be actually insightful. It says, despite these steps, Indonesia feels increasingly uneasy about U.S. foreign policy. While Indonesia is concerned with the rise of China and its growing assertiveness in the South China Sea, it did not support the Trump administration's aggressive foreign policy towards China, which seems to continue under U.S. President Biden. Indonesia is also uncomfortable with the new administration's intention to expand the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, Quad, a regional security partnership between the U.S., Australia, India, and Japan. The Quad puts greater emphasis on security over other forms of cooperation, such as economics and public health. Public health is a priority of ASEAN members as the region struggles with the impacts of COVID-19. And I feel like that kind of sums up a lot of what we're talking about here. But to the Kamala point, I feel like it just comes down to you're not in our club, so you know we're not gonna dignify you because, or like you guys said, maybe she just was visiting two countries. There was that Havana syndrome thing. The Afghanistan pullout wasn't looking good, and she had to come back to, didn't have enough time and had to be back in DC. I don't know. Those are the three possibilities. So,
Chao.
Yeah, certainly. Pretty like valid, probable possibilities. Definitely. I think maybe like something that we could talk about then is something that was mentioned during Kamala Harris's trip was Myanmar, or she said Burma, but Myanmar. Okay, different names, but Burma's old, okay, antiquated. Myanmar, okay, let's be legit, Lamau. And so then like I find it like really strange that a lot of people, and I'm not saying that anybody here did it, but a lot of people say that like, oh, we're not consistent with our human rights, and things like that, and like we should be doing more. And then something happens like Myanmar, and then like what do we do? Do we invade? Do we topple their government? Do we reinstate democracy by having a military force and things like that? We already had sanctions, but do we have to do more? And then like people will say, well, no, we shouldn't do that, because then like look at Afghanistan. It's kind of what we did then. So then like here's this like really weird position in which like the United States is stuck between a rock and a hard place, in that if they do more, they fuck up. If they don't do more, then they also fuck up, because they get criticized for not protecting human rights as much as they should.
But then there's room.
Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead. I've been talking way too much. You go ahead.
I feel like I've been talking too much. Anyways, I just want to specify like I think you can both be against intervention and also against like. I feel like most people who are arguing against intervention, they aren't being inconsistent, simply because when they're looking at at things that they disagree with that the U.S. does as far in regards to human rights, they look at the U.S. also showing support to countries that go against human rights. So the U.S. staying neutral as far as the Myanmar's coup goes.
No, they don't. They put sanctions.
Well, but that sure. That's not actually neutral. No, sorry. Yeah, it's not actually neutral. Anyways, what my point was, you're right. My point was what's being criticized is not like invading countries. What's being criticized is like what we talked about, like the U.S. supporting Saudi Arabia. That's the one that's like the star of the show when it comes to criticizing this.
Oh, and I was going to add that where we even put puppets into power, and then even train their security services in how to keep control. And I know I can rattle off the list from Iran, the Shah, the Savak, to Allende and Pinochet, to even Gaza Strip. When the Gaza Strip was under Fatah control, CIA and the Mossad collaborated with the PLO and how to interrogate suspected Islamists, etc., etc. And whether they're Islamists or some random kid on the street or a communist in Venezuela, wherever, but you don't dip people in vats of acid or chop up their body parts not to be found, like the Saudis do or the Savak did with under the Shah, etc., etc. And we idly look by and then even invite the Shah to the United States or etc., etc. And I know these are okay. The big shiny objects in the room here, but on smaller scales we do the same thing. Like, for example, in Haiti, I think I mentioned this last time that okay, we support human rights. That's right. Okay, well, for me, a human right is fair pay, a good wage, right? Well, on behalf of, and this is per WikiLeaks, so that is my source. You can contest that. That's fair. But as a disclaimer. However, the Obama administration in 2011 pressures the Haitian government to undo the wage increase from 21 cents an hour to 61 cents an hour, all for benefit of Levi Jeans, Hanes, and Fruit of the Loom, who don't want to pay more for labor in Haiti. To me, that's an anti-human right thing. It's not as, kapow, bombs going off, Pinochet or the Shah, but still these little things add up. And again, that is not to say that America doesn't support human rights, because at the end of the day, most people would rather live in America, or I'm sorry, I know I'm talking to the international community folks here, but America does have lots of positives and negatives, and I won't deny that. But I will also not say that we are perfect angels, which nobody is saying.
First of all, they all want to live in the Netherlands. Obviously, that's given.
Yeah.
That's given. Yeah.
Red light district.
No, but I find it like interesting. Like, I feel it's like when we talk about the human rights, we kind of touch on like something earlier, like it's like having the kind of the trust in the government, and like, are they actually doing what they're saying? Are they actually for what they are saying? That can be a thing, and I find that name and OnlyFacts are like more skeptical in that sense. That if that's correct. So I don't know I think OnlyFacts, yes. But name, what about you? Name?
Oh, well, yeah. Like I said, I have a certain dose of skepticism. I probably am more on the fence than OnlyFacts from I feel from like just the discussion we're having. Like I said, I'm willing to like be really charitable as far as Kamala Harris's intentions go. I think in general as far as U.S. politics go, the Democratic Party does its share of like realpolitik and like really shady shit, but they do seem to value like actually espousing their ideals more than the Republican Party, and on average. So yeah, I'm willing to be charitable and see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Okay, OnlyFacts, and then
I just want to drop something spicy, but I wanted to say sometimes I feel like as America we like created this like fake report card for what is human rights, and like we curve the grade for some of our friends better than our allies, and then even then we'll curve it more for some, and then we'll use it and show it to the world and be like, hey, look, Mohammed bin Salman is great, you know, and then he goes and chops up a guy. Then it's like, well, you fucked up now, right? So like, I don't know. Sometimes I think it's used as performative, but that does not mean it can't be used like as an actual part of your policy. So I'm not like this polar person that says either this or that. It can be both.
So we talked about this a little bit, right? We talked about like having like some sort of like a grading card or whatever you want to call it, like basically to have it more open and but honestly, like I'm a realist, and I think you sometimes you got to take some bad stuff, but I don't know who that was that proposed that. I think it was maybe Elysium. I'm not quite sure. Like, do you remember that? Or
no?
Okay. Well, yeah.
You drove him crazy.
Okay. So, are there anything around like the major topic that we still want to discuss before we wrap it up?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Elysium.
Well, I guess one final thing on the Myanmar stuff. I think it's interesting that like China, like America. I think both positions that Chao and Neyman were bringing up. I like Neyman said it really well. Of like you can not want to invade a country, and you can also want people to like do more actions in order to pressure people to change. But Myanmar's interesting because like I don't feel like either America or China feel like they have grounds to pressure very, very hard. Like we did our more targeted sanctions, which I think are really cool. They're better than just general sanctions. But like besides that, it was rhetoric for a while, but it's been like 6 to 8 months since then, and like more expanded targeted sanctions really hasn't been like a topic and stuff. So like it hasn't been a big deal. But then like on the Chinese side, all of their rhetoric has just been like Myanmar needs to work this out itself. Like both sides need to come together and find a nice diplomatic solution and stuff. Like they're have been very hands off as well, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out in the end. Because it does, I don't know, China does have like the keep to yourself, like we'll keep to ourselves rhetoric style things, and you do your own thing. But then like once China views you as part of China, then it's everything's China. If that makes sense. I mean, it doesn't matter. I just find it interesting that they are going to be very hands off, even more than America was in this situation, even though it is right in their backyard. But as far as the topic as a whole, one thing that Chao brought up in the very beginning that I found interesting and is that Kamala Harris is potentially going to be the Democratic nominee for president in about 3 years.
Or if my dream comes true. If my little dream comes true, it might be sooner, but I'm just kidding.
Oh my
Wow.
God.
Wow.
I totally forgot about that.
No, wait. My dream did not have Joe Biden, like, anything bad happening. I mean, he just decided to leave, okay?
Yeah.
I don't need Secret Service coming up here, okay?
And he gave you a wink as well.
Yeah.
So about the Elysium then.
Yeah, and the Republican Party has put a lot of effort into like painting Kamala in a bad light, specifically because Biden has said he wanted to be a one-term president, and he's setting Kamala to like take over for him afterwards. And I am curious how you think of like the GOP pushing back on everything Kamala does versus Kamala trying to go out and do more public and international things or more presidential looking things, how that's going to play out or how you see that. Yeah.
Ciao.
I have nothing more to add. But yeah, I think she's going to be a strong contender for president either in 3 years sooner or whatchamacallit later.
It's kind of logical that they aim that much on Harris, right? It makes sense, like because she's the biggest contender in like. But yeah, I don't know if anybody else has like anything to say on this, because I think we mostly agree,
on this,
right?
On Kamala or the whole?
Yeah, on Pacific, the whole point of Chao saying that she's like slowly like I
guess I don't really think it's gonna be successful.
Yeah.
If Trump runs again, I expect Biden to run again to match him.
Yeah.
Because I don't think anyone wants to take the risk, and I don't. Even though Kamala's been trying to do stuff, I haven't seen it like actually like hitting home. Even within like the Democratic Party very hard, and it certainly has been like tainted outside of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, that's probably what I would have said. Yeah.
Chao, do you care to respond to that then? Or...
It's so far away for me that like I mean this is usually what happens is that like you have like one contender, and right now it's like Kamala Harris, which is the obvious one because she's currently the vice president. But then as we all know, when it comes to the primaries, it's like 20 people at once, and like we don't know, right?
Yeah, I would agree actually. Like it's pretty far.
I wonder how the LBJ thing went, because Lyndon B. Johnson decided not to run a second term, even though he took over for JFK. You can be president for up to 10 years, no more than 2 terms. I know 2 terms is 8 years, but I think it takes into effect that you can have 2 extra years after that, if I'm not mistaken. So like,
no, it's if you're a vice president and the president dies and it's after 2 years in office, then they don't count. It doesn't count as a term. So if you're a VP and the president dies, you could have 2 years of being president and then run twice for a total of 10 as most.
So LBJ could have ran for a second time, right?
I'm not familiar with that one, but I think that's a general rule.
Yeah, I think he decided not to, and I don't know what happened after that. Like, what did they do? Like, what was the process? Like, did the party just kind of say, okay, we're going to settle on this guy, or did they go through the normal process? And to be honest, right now, I'm forgetting who the vice president was. Just ignore me on that question.
I think it's pretty established that it's like normal that you quit after some time, right? Like, but besides that, like, that could be like a topic for an other day. Like, what happens when somebody, like, what I always found interesting about that, like how they have this whole tier system, and that basically, if imagine like there's like a bomb dropped on the White House or something like that, and then some like secretary of something becomes like the new president. I think it's interesting how that works.
Ben Carson could have been president if something ever happened, but yeah.
Wow, now Chinchilla is trying to get us a visit from the Secret Service. Wouldn't it be interesting if a bomb drops on the White House?
Oh, no.
It's not that I meant it like that. It's like a former political stance, right, guys? So 100%. So honestly, like if there's like anything else you guys want to cover, like or
you would put in. Go.
No, go ahead, because I'm about to drop something spicy, but I don't want anybody to react to it. I just want to like leave it in
Oh,
everybody's head and then
you wanna
Okay, you
drop
can
like
do
a
it
big
again.
fat turd and then walk away? Is that it?
something like that. No, go ahead, Elysium.
Did either of the Europeans, do you guys have any opinions of like how the EU in general or your specific countries are like, how you guys feel like you're going to play in, or do you think like the Middle East is going to become more important to Europe and they're not going to care about the Asian conflict and leave it to China and America, or what?
I think we will mostly like follow the Americans like on their foreign policies. Like currently, if you look at the EU as a structure, it's an actual paper tiger. So if you want to talk about that, because the EU overall has no like combined like military strength. So it's basically like you as the US, yeah, you really need to, because we still see like the US as like the leader of the free world, right? That kind of stuff.
Mhm.
So I definitely think that Europe doesn't have like a foreign policy on their own, so you can appeal to specific countries, like some countries within NATO, like for example, like Turkey, right? Those guys are definitely like focusing more on the Middle East.
Yeah.
So for all the wrong reasons, by the way. But that being said, like I think like most Western European countries and Scandinavian countries are a little bit more like pulled back, but most Western countries will probably just follow like the US and their foreign policy, and they definitely not going to go into Afghanistan to repeat like a 20-year war. Like that's not sensible. Like the only thing that they would try to do is like maybe with Turkey, like try to get more deals or better deals on the table when it comes to possible like refugees that can come from that area with like possible future problems, right?
Mhm.
So that could be a thing, but I don't think that European like the big interests are laying like in Middle East, maybe in North Africa. That could be also for like the stability of the region. That could be important. Consider that they have a lot of refugees coming from those areas as well. So yeah, I don't know how Name thinks about this.
The EU like making a deal with Turkey?
No,
specifically,
just
or
like Elysium's question. Like, yeah.
How do you think France is going to react to the back and forth between America and China?
Man, I don't know. France is not. I guess with Macron, bless you. With Macron, France is like more of a in like a neoliberal ideology type stance, where it's probably more likely to be in support with the US. France typically has avoided being NATO for a really long time. It's like a really important point of pride to be like, hey, we aren't sucking up to the US, okay? Like the US has to come to us and ask us to support them, and we choose whether we do it or not. Like we're not gonna be like fully committed to be allies. Pragmatically, Cardboard Fly is making a really good point in chat. France is really invested in like neo-colonialism in North Africa in general, and like influence. And they're gonna exactly, and they're directly competing with China in that they're in direct competition with the Belt and Road Initiative, with what you guys talked about earlier, like how you talked about the IMF, but on the side of like the IMF and the more like liberal approaches, that's where France has traditionally been. And China is the alternative, and France will want to compete with that. So I would definitely see them siding more with like the US 100%, as far as that's concerned.
Now the real question: what is Germany gonna do?
Oh no.
And they're gonna take over France again. That's
Yeah.
no, just,
Okay, cool.
but that's the like look at the history. It's no Germany. It's like really interesting what's currently going on with Germany in their election. So it's like the replacement of Merkel. Like basically that's pretty much going on. So to see what Germany is going to do. Honestly, like I think they pretty much it's after World War II they pretty much like also like followed like along the lines of what the US did. Maybe they would be less involved in general. That could be a thing, but I don't think they're gonna change it up all the way, right? Like I don't see that happening. But because Germany is pretty stable, pretty relaxed, always it's modest. Even if they have like an argument with the parliament, and they at some point they say like, "Well, we gotta sleep right now, so see you guys tomorrow," right? If they want to send like the prime minister away, and they say like, "Oh, we voted for this, but tomorrow we're gonna vote for this again." So we are all calm and like neutral. So it's like I wouldn't like think that that Germany would make like any big shifts. Also, like a lot of these right wingers say that Germany and China have like so much like economical ties that Germany is on the nerve to become like a half like communist country or something along those lines. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. So yeah, I don't know.
Well.
Like yeah, any facts?
Well, my really stupid joke is really going to sound stupider, but I was going to say, since I was called a conspiracy theorist earlier, no, I'm just kidding. That German engineering has probably allowed the German government to, I don't know, bore holes under all these countries and any country that they see not fit, like let this like sinkhole, like whatever. It was a really bad joke. It sounded good, but
Yeah, true.
I'll wait for. Yeah,
This is actually not a conspiracy.
Yeah, it is true. Okay, I mean, like, why is Elon Musk working on the boring?
Yeah,
You know, that makes.
Yeah.
Just saying. Anyways, whatever. Let's keep going.
No, so I just want to say, like, there's a person in chat. Have you ever had a man? I appreciate all the compliments you gave us. Like I don't know. They like they want to snuggle with like SenpaiChao and it's like with Neymanen, there's some French action going on. So and you are a cutie on effects. So I'm sorry, Elysium. They got nothing for you, but that's probably because you're just a debate pro again, you know. So yeah. Also, thanks for the package. So
I'm an old married man.
Oh yeah.
I'm straight as a ruler.
So if you guys still have something like, I think that SenpaiChao, if we covered everything, or you want to still cover one thing, you can still do. Otherwise, we're gonna call it for today.
Yeah, I have 10 more things. Just kidding.
Yeah. So okay. So
sorry, I actually just remembered something.
I didn't ask you.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Go ahead.
I just remembered something early at some point. It wasn't that relevant to the discussion, so whatever. But I think it's interesting to note. We were talking about manufacturing and how like China has to transition to either moving manufacturing to other countries, etc. It's interesting to note because of another discussion. I had to look into it. The Chinese Communist Party in their latest 5-year plans are prioritizing automation and robotics explicitly. They clearly want to try to have automation be one of the, at least part of the solution for the transitioning their economy to a more like service-based OECD type economy, rather than relying on other countries.
That's cool. No, I was gonna say
that'd be cool.
yeah, and I think that's one of the things to contend with China in the future is the fact that they have a middle class that's like 400 million strong, but not just that, but their technical base of engineers and scientists. I mean, they have universities that have 20,000, 30, 40, 50,000 just engineering students. And why is that important? Well, when it comes to automation and advancements in robotics and engineering and aerospace, that just gives them that many more brains to work on these solutions or what have you. So kind of in line with what you're saying, I think.
Yeah. So thank you guys for another day, another great panel. So thank you guys for coming on. Especially thanks for our guest, Unifax. So thank you for coming on. So
it was
what
an
we
honor.
do, yeah.
It was an honor, and thank you for being with everybody. I usually troll SenpaiChao in his chat sometimes, from time to time. It's kind of cool to be on stream with him, and the other streamers here, I will hopefully get to know them in the future and troll them as well. Maybe be a dick or a D head in their chat too, as I am to you, Chinchil. No, I'm just kidding. But no, there was one thing I wanted to drop, but it's like Lord Southern genocide territory, and and China and Canada. So yeah, I don't want to get into that. Let's leave that for another decade.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
So all these people do stream, except like Ilisium is on a little bit of a hiatus. So you can check out Neymanen, Ilisium, and of course SenpaiChao. And yeah, obviously for you, thank you for coming on. The only thing that we OnlyFacts TV. So
I use the same logo as OnlyFans too. But
so what we usually do at the end of the panel is we're gonna pick like a topic for next week. And so well you can you can talk with us. It only makes sense that we pick the topic, right? So I basically, like SenpaiChao was saying something about the rotation, but obviously, like at first when I heard like the political take, because I'm not gonna do a 2-hour podcast on pineapple on pizza or something like that. So so yeah, I think Neymanen is up next. Have you tracked it down, Chao?
Huh? Sama? No, I think next is Ilisium.
Is Ilisium next?
Thank God. I have not prepared a topic.
He picked like what was the topic of last week? That was my topic, and then the estate tax, right?
I don't. So last time we had decided on like 2 topics to go.
What did we talk about?
Oh shit! What's the word? Well, we didn't have one last week.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and pick. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
You're gonna come back?
We postponed for a week.
I didn't say last week. I said last time.
Oh, last time?
Yeah. Sorry.
I believe it was the estate tax.
Okay, never mind. Name it's you. You fucked up.
Yeah, but
oh fuck.
At that time, we all. Oh, okay, we can just do a rotation if you guys want. It's fine. It doesn't matter.
Again, a lot of compliments from chat. Chao, you're such a babe. So yeah. Chao, nice.
Great as a ruler.
Hey, there you go. So Neymanen, I'm trying to stretch some time for you to think.
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead. Like
I'm getting a suggestion from a viewer. What about we even mentioned them real quick. What about the future of the German political landscape without Merkel?
Rip Merkel.
Okay.
Cool.
Oh, it wasn't it was VAT. Yeah, we did VAT last time. We did estate, then VAT, then separate for a week. Yeah.
Okay. So
if that topic interests you guys, or we can like figure something else out.
Germany post Merkel. Okay.
Well, what do you think, Chao?
Europeans.
Yeah, we talked about like fucking US politics all the time. Like, come on, bro. So, but what do you think, Chao?
Sure. I think that's really important. So like Germany is really important because they're really carrying the EU, and so then kind of like the future of Europe is kind of really influenced by the future of Germany. So it's a very important question to ask: is Germany going to fall back to its its fascist past, the rise of the far right and things like that, or is it going to preserve and like kind of be kind of like go back on its path to its redemption arc?
Well, that's interestingly phrased. So let's go by that. So for now, like, thank you guys for watching.
Who's fucking German?
Ted is German.
Ted, yeah.
I could ask Ted, but Ted
no.
is. Oh no.
No, it's good. It's good. It's great.
What's this? I'm gonna clip this and send this to Ted. No, but no, but that's okay. So for anybody in chat, I appreciate you. If you just want to leave me a follow, I would appreciate that as well. So we talked too much about China today already, thank you. So we're not going to do that again for next week. So
until no, we're definitely we get to have to talk about China for Germany. Oh my god, China's everywhere.
I can't believe nobody didn't do a Trump China impression, but whatever. Yeah, we should. It's too late now.
Okay.
So I like to mock him.
So is anybody like SenpaiChao? Are you planning on streaming for much longer?
Yeah, I got something to do tonight.
Okay, so I will send you guys off to SenpaiChao, and again, appreciate that you guys were here. And hopefully to next time. Onlyfax was appreciate you coming on.
Oh, thank you. It's an honor.
Some great input, so I appreciate you. And then we are off. Bye bye.
All right, bye bye.
All right, see y'all later. Thank you so much.
Talk.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
See you.
Bye bye.
All right. Yo, Zero Class, you're talk about how you want to rob shareholders. Are you the guy I got into an argument with on Twitter over like the limitations of, you know, free market and all that shit? Because I remember that Twitter account had like a 0 in their title, so I'm if it's not you, that's fine. But yeah. Consider you showed up in the chat to tell me that, to tell me to talk about how I want to rob shareholders. I have to assume that you're that guy. Like, let me check. Maybe is he still in chat? Or they're not even in chat anymore. Oh no, you are in chat. Never mind. Yeah, all right. I mean, look. It is. All right. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Sexy boy, no, you Tekajin. All right. Look. So, because what's your response to the last thing I told you? I think I was pretty clear. It is... Okay, if you think it's ethical, okay, there you responded to me. Okay, if you think it's ethical to rob shareholders, go ahead. Just so you know when you do Jeff or Warren, so I can know where to back my truck up. So you're not actually going to respond to the fact that that companies need to be restricted because of the concept of externalities. You're not even going to address it, right? So like a company dumping a bunch of chemical products into rivers because that and like harming rivers which belong to everyone, that doesn't matter, right? They just got to maximize shareholder profits. That's all that matters. We're not even gonna address that, because that libertarian debate's pain. Yeah, it's such a... I'm sorry. No, I'm not gonna be condescending. No, I was gonna say something mean. Like I understand the principle of behind what you're arguing. It's just that past that principle, there is a reality, and I guess I have my own principles, which are that I think that I want to live in a society where we are protected from each other, and we have freedom, but within there are different kinds of freedoms, right? You can still have freedom of enterprise and innovation and capitalism, while still limiting the excesses of capitalism. It's not that fucking hard to have nuance in that situation. So like your response, you went straight to like full-on strawman of I want to rob shareholders. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. Like I'm not for robbing shareholders. I just think that saying that it's okay for a company to do unethical things just because it maximizes profits is a bad take. And there's no country in the world that actually espouses that idea. And if there was, it would be a really shitty place to live. And there are constantly situations coming up in our countries which are more liberal, which do allow a lot of freedoms for companies and individuals to operate in their own interests. There are regularly conflicts over excesses caused by that. And that doesn't mean I want to abandon those freedoms, but there are plenty of justified places to put limitations on those freedoms. As far as what originally was the point of contention in our discussion, which was concerning like costs of healthcare, I live in a country where health insurance is socialized. I live in France. I got Social Security. When I go to see the doctor, when I go to see the pharmacist to buy medication, I got a card that's got like a little chip in it with some identifying information. That's the card that gets swiped, not my credit card. And sure, on the flip side, when I get my paycheck, there's a bunch of money that got taken out of the paycheck to pay for that Social Security. I think that's a great compromise. It's something that I think, like, as far as the discussion goes of like social good sectors, I think I'm getting the proper return out of that that capital that I put into the social healthcare system. That's why when you were telling me that that you meant that there can be returns on investment that are different than just money, I was like, yeah, I agree with you. What I disagreed with was like the previous point. Frenchies rubbing their public healthcare in my American face, yeah. Those damn Frenchies. They still think they own fries. No one realizes they're civil fries. All right. 1 sec. Well, I'll go make some tea. That's what I'll do. We got a little pause going on here. I need myself some arbata. Chai. I don't actually remember what language Agbata is in. ESG clearly wins investments over firms that don't practice it currently. ESG. What is ESG? Environmental, social, and corporate governance. Is an evaluation of a firm's collective conscientiousness for social and environmental factors. It's typically a score that is compiled from data collected surrounding specific metrics related to intangible assets within the enterprise. It could be considered a form of corporate social credit score. Oh, so market's correct for that river example? Then why have environmental disasters happened? If you were right, then if you were right, Zero Class, then all those disasters that have happened because of mismanagement or cost cutting would never have happened. That's just demonstrably false. That the market can self-correct as in regards to cost cutting, endangering other people and the environment is insane. That's just not what's happened historically. Did you vote for Pepe Flushed and hashtag emos yet? No, I don't know what that emote is. Yes, sir, the factor of bad image totally trumps pricing. It does, but ironically enough, you can have a good image while doing fucked up shit too. Image is just that, image. Most of the time it'll correlate with what you're doing, but... what is your take on the pod? I enjoyed it. It was good. I like the dynamic of having a guest on the podcast. That was fun. Especially since it made it a bit more spicy too for like going into, you know, military industrial complex influence on and like corporate influence on the US government and stuff like that. But that makes things interesting. Bro, what? How is anyone still buying any Foxconn parts then? At the end, people don't care. Yeah, I do fucked up things all the time, still got a good image. Hey, that's what you think. Oh yeah, I knew OnlyFacts was going to bring that up. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm a bit more of a lefty, at least my impression is, I'm a bit more of a lefty than Elysium and SenpaiChao for sure. Like, I definitely aligned more with OnlyFacts on that. I think I'm a bit more measured in that. Like, I try to be really charitable in my reading of like intentions and stuff. I really don't want I really don't want to like say things that appear to be conspiracy theory. Your argument is literally disproven by Sokon. What are you talking about, Musanov? Sock on these nuts. Oh, okay. Got it. Give me an example. You... Fuck, what was that? That chemical plant that blew up a couple weeks ago. Shit, I forgot the name. Dude, there's a million fucking examples. Sock them nuts, yes. Anyways, we can go further back in history. There was that chemical plant explosion in India. That was oh yeah, the Bhopal disaster. Wait, 1984. Wait, no, I was thinking of a more recent one. Holy shit, this shit happens so fucking often too. Local trade unions complained of pollution within the plant. A worker was accidentally splashed with phosgene as he was carrying out a maintenance job on the plant's pipes, etc. Oh yeah, that's one example. What about when petroleum companies overwork their ships, and then there's like oil incidents, or Going back before ESG even mattered. You were... So, okay, so you're saying markets will magically correct for... You're gonna say markets will magically correct for issues? Okay, you want more recent examples? What's the last oil spill, I guess? Let's see, is there like a history of recent oil spills? I have stopped paying attention. Like, that shit just happens and it, like... You don't even think about it anymore. And Capistan is going to be a great name, don't be a doomer. Latest oil spills. Hey, March 2020, United States, North Dakota, Red Wing Creek. That's a, oh yeah, that was the pipeline spill. As long as there's a comparable competitor not doing said things. I wonder what are tools that we have to prevent monopolies from arising. I wonder, is there such a thing, perhaps, as economies of scale and maybe don't you think unfettered capitalism leads to monopolies? Don't you think that economies of scale and consolidation of whether vertical or horizontal lead to exactly those things that you talked about, like better shareholder interests, and that in turn they lead to worse outcomes for society? Because when there's no such a thing as a free market when there's no competition. I think we can both agree on that. Oh yeah, the fucking fire in the ocean. Holy shit, yeah. I forgot about this one. Is it... I find it really weird to believe that there's that was actually a mud volcano, wasn't it? Wait, really? There's like even a pipeline, not a pipeline, an oil like thingy here. I know what, let's reverse image search this, because I don't fucking remember what this was about anymore. Nationalized oil company, pretty sure that big. Well, you know what? I'm all for regulating nationalized companies too. To properly follow safety and ecological concerns. That's not the own that you think it is, the fact that it's nationalized. Reverse Google image search. Can I just like drag it? Hey, awesome. I fire in Mexican waters snuffed out. An underwater gas leak. Okay. To be fair, it also depends. I didn't really follow the details on this. If this, it might not be. It might just be a genuine accident. So, like self-regulation? No, because you know what? In a government, you have multiple different bodies keeping each other in check, right? I don't know. Maybe you're like authoritarian. I don't have that impression, but in democratic governments, you have different bodies that hold each other in check. You can have a nationalized company on one hand that has its own power structure, and on the other hand, an environmental agency imposing regulations and restrictions on what can and cannot be done. That's one of the beauties of having separation of power in a proper government. So it's not actually self-regulation. No, I don't trust in self-regulation in the most part. Absolutely not. I think people oversight, especially in when it comes to businesses in general, is very important. I think there are reasons we audit people, like the EPA under Trump, LMFAO. Didn't Trump fucking dismantle a shit ton of the EPA's power and the measures they could take? I don't remember the details, but I'm pretty sure the EPA under Trump was a shit show. But he was making it a shit show on purpose. He was a Republican president. The Republicans don't believe in the EPA. They wanna blow that shit the fuck up. That's not the argument you think it is either. Trump was making it a shit show. It's one of the things I would criticize him for. That's my point. Oh, your point. Okay, no. So the point you're making is that as a country's political landscape changes, the oh, where were the checks in that? Well, there are flaws in the American democracy. I'm not going to argue with that. The executive having the power to dismantle oversight agencies or like sabotage them is very worrisome, and that's definitely something that should be fixed. That doesn't mean that oversight as a concept is wrong, and that can't be fixed. It's not a trivial problem to solve. I'll grant you that, though. Like, as far as political landscapes changing within democracy, there are things you can do. For example, you can when budget decisions roll around and you control the legislative branch, you can definitely like cut budgets for agencies, completely hobble their capacity to actually enforce laws without even contesting the laws and regulations that their agency is supposed to push. And that's a weakness. I fully agree that that's a weakness. And there is no perfect system, but I think that is a system that I have a lot more trust in than just trusting investors and companies to self-regulate. Historically, that's not being a good meme. You don't want me to cite old things because, oh, that was before ESG. Well, you want to talk about changing political landscapes? What about when ESG no longer matters? That's literally just image marketing. That's some of the most ephemeral shit you can quote in support to your stance. Right now, most of society does like actually care and will judge companies for perceived unethical actions. Which, ironically, you'll then show up on Twitter to say like, "Oh, why? But the company's just maximizing their profit." Which, like, in the oil spills you are citing, can you show profit maximization as the cause of the spillover human error? In this specific one, no. I don't, I was actually going to say that. I don't know ephemeral. Oh. Ephemeral. Ephemeral. Thank you. Ephemeral. Perfect. In this specific one, I think I got sidetracked while I was saying that. I'll actually grant you that. I have no fucking clue if the Mexican one was due to human error or more importantly, concern my argument, whether it's due to whether it's due to cost cutting or reckless profit seeking. But there have been oil spills because of cost cutting and reckless profit seeking. That is not a controversial take to say that there have been oil spills caused by that. Like you can't say that ESG will be the be all end all of guaranteeing that companies act in ethical ways, especially since ESG only acts after things have been made badly and a whistle has been blown, whereas regulations can be proactive. You can proactively have an agency audit companies and you can proactively put into place regulations to prevent tragedies from even happening. Whereas what you would like to see is that if a company fucks up, then investors pull out, but they still fucked up. They still irreversibly polluted an area or caused loss of human life. Though I think one of those outcomes is obviously better. Do you know what % of oil spills were preventable according to these regulations you're citing? No, I have no fucking clue. The one thing that I do know that's I guess the one thing that I'm thinking about mostly is the practices of oil companies in international waters. They love like cleaning their oil tankers in international waters, which is obviously really polluting. You're supposed to clean the oil tanker in proper like dry docks, which is really expensive. But if you clean it, clean it out with salt water in international waters, you're dumping a bunch of oil residue into the sea, which is terrible, and it's really cheap. Fracking regulation as well for water table safety, I think. Yeah. ESG is considered proactively when raising capital. It can be Sure, and what if the company then changes policies or directorship? This convo doesn't work with weeb RPG music in the background. Look, first off, it's called grooving in LA, not grooving in Tokyo. It's not weeb, aunties. I just want some music in the background, okay? But hey, look, honestly, I'm not against ESG. The oil is spilling over, like the love in my heart for you. I'm not against initiatives like ESG. I just, in general, my approach to policy is that I don't like any time we're relying on philanthropy to guarantee well-being and proper ethical behavior within society. There's no once you rely on philanthropy for that, you're basically divesting yourself from any responsibility, and I think that's the wrong way to go about resolving societal problems or issues. If they violate ESG practices that they raised capital on, then investors divest or decrease their expected returns. Well, yeah. Here, let's read up about are there actually like fangs to the ESG structure? Can you like how is it enforced? Or rather, like, what happens if they don't if they stop following it? One of the major issues in the ESG area is disclosure. Environmental risks created by business activities have actual or potential negative impact on air, land, water, ecosystems, and human health. The information on which an investor makes their decisions on a financial level is fairly simply gathered. The company's accounts can be examined, and although the accounting practices of corporate businesses are coming increasingly into disrepute after a spate of recent financial scandals, the figures are for the most part externally verifiable. With ESG considerations, the practice has been for the company under examination to provide its own figures and disclosures. These have seldom been externally verified, and the lack of universal standards and regulation in the areas of environmental and social practice mean that the measurement of such statistics is subjective to say the least. As integrating ESG considerations into investment analysis and the calculation of a company's value becomes more prevalent, it will become more crucial to provide units of measurement for investment decisions on subjective issues, such as, for example, degrees of harm to workers or how far down the supply chain for the production of a cluster bomb do you go. It's almost like they're saying that ESG isn't even applicable without a third party that can reliably audit and verify reports. Almost like earlier when I was talking about agencies that can audit companies. curious, don't you think? Oh shit, JB Pratt. Alright, I'm not gonna get sidetracked on that, but that's interesting. Under ESG reporting, organizations are required to present data from financial and non-financial sources that shows they are meeting the standards of agencies such as the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, the Global Reporting Initiative, and the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. Workiva cloud platform simplifies and accelerates ESG reporting for companies across the globe. Workiva has years of experience solving complex business problems for the world's largest organizations, including managing and reporting financial, non-financial, and ESG data. Interesting enough, also, ESG is a United Nations initiative. It's not a self-regulating thing. It's literally a coalition of governments, or rather, the UN like represents a coalition of governments stepping in to create this initiative. By the way, it's not like companies are like, let's self-regulate. That just doesn't happen. I think it's impossible to do the "it's almost like" thing and not come off as insufferable. Yeah, I'm being insufferable here. I'll grant you that. That was really condescending of me. And I'll live by it. It is self-regulation because they are choosing to follow it. What the fuck? Oh, because it's not enforced. Okay, so what if I create regulation where if a company doesn't do something, they're going to be fined? They can choose not to do it, and they'll just have to pay the fine, right? Because that's how a lot of regulations are actually enforced as well. Though depending on the specific regulations, like people can actually go to prison, which is not a problem. If you like actually fucked up that bad that you're like irreversibly pollute a river and shit like that, yeah, maybe you should be like you shouldn't be able to just like step back into society like freely. Maybe you showed yourself, yeah, criminally liable. Maybe you showed yourself to be a threat to society, and you need to go through some reformation. Wait, what was that meme with Trump lifting regulations and then companies self-regulating still because they were dumb fuck regulations to lift? I'm not familiar with that, news enough. I could see that happening maybe with standards. So then back to the river example, what is your punishment? Honestly, I'm not into punishment for punishment's sake. I am into rehabilitative justice as much as possible. But someone who's shown themselves to run companies in unethical ways, I would not want them to like get fined and then turn around and be the CEO of another company and run it in a reckless and dangerous way. So what if they just eat the charges like they would a fine? Well, if for minor things, look, the thing is, for certain things, I think fines are okay, because usually the problem comes, it's a failure of the free market, okay? That's why also in our Twitter exchange, I specifically talked about externalities. Externalities are a big flaw in the argument that companies should only care about profit making, because companies can push external costs off onto society as a whole very, very easily. That's the whole problem with environmental costs. When a company pollutes, the cost is not included in its product. The cost is paid then by the rest of society, which is wrong. it goes against the very fundamentals of how the market should work. And that causes a distortion in the market forces. Those are some of the fundamental reasons why we cannot have entirely free markets, because such distortions arise where companies can pass costs off onto people who shouldn't be paying those costs. Those costs should be paid by the consumers of the products, not by people who simply live near the factories. So one way of doing that, the carbon tax is an example of trying to turn it into like a fine that you just pay, right? If your company has a carbon externality, a carbon cost, by imposing a carbon tax on the company, you make the company you force the company to include that cost in its production process. And you try to balance it out in a free market way by simply making the real cost of the product appear through that carbon tax. Speaking of libertarians, this was a fun read. Disastrous Voyage, Satoshi Cryptocurrency Cruise Ship. Oh. Oh, that's like a whole other can of worms. Cryptocurrency and all that shit. So, for a lot of things, also, this is also contingent. The whole fine thing is contingent on that money actually going to resolve the problem. So that's why the carbon tax is a great example, because carbon tax credits are produced by entities who are actually creating carbon positive interactions with the environment. An entity that is cultivating carbon positive industries or carbon positive activities can then sell carbon negative. Yeah, sorry, carbon negative is the right term. They create tax credits that can then be bought by other companies that are carbon positive, and it's supposed to balance itself out. Environmentally as well. Intellectually, it's an elegant system. It has its own flaws in practice, but intellectually, it's a very elegant system. There is a problem if you have a fine put on a company that is causing problems, and that fine then goes to fund something that has nothing to do with that. That is dumb. Like that, a fine on a company that caused like that mismanaged dangerous chemicals and caused a spill. That fine has to be the cost of repairing the spill, the cost of the healthcare that will have to be deployed to the people who will be poisoned by that spill. That is where the money has to go, and that is not necessarily where the money does go. But that is a legislative problem. That is not a problem with the regulation existing. That is a problem with how the regulations are structured and how the fines and the accounting and the budgeting goes on behind the scenes. So should we fine Amazon if they acquire a small business that was key to a certain area? The way you phrase that sentence, no, because you just theorize a small business that is key to a certain area. You didn't say what that small business did that it would have to be fined for. Tell me what have I said that small business would be fined for according to previous things I talked about. I don't think companies should be arbitrarily fined for no fucking reason. Unless you consider tax being a fine. I do think it's normal for people and companies to pay taxes. I'm like thinking back to it, maybe you're talking about when I was talking about monopolies. Oh, finding Amazon instead of the small business. Well, then it goes into like legal details, right? It gets a bit more complicated. I think the proper court proceedings would be to determine, first off, to determine whether it was an individual failure or a policy failure in the company. Those are different scopes of responsibility. If Amazon just acquired the company, but the issues that the company is being prosecuted for occurred before Amazon's Amazon acquired the company, then that completely changes Amazon's responsibility. But on the contrary, if Amazon acquires the company and introduces policy changes, and then those policy changes, I'm gonna cut the music, and then those policy changes themselves can be tied to the issues that the company is being prosecuted to, then obviously Amazon bears a great part of the responsibility there. There are like a million different nuances and details that will completely change who and how, where the responsibility lies in that hypothetical. There's just not enough detail there to determine that. The devil is in the details for this kind of situation. That's why there are court proceedings around those things. I personally am, it might not seem that way, but I actually really like pragmatism. And in a certain sense, not pragmatism for pragmatism's sake. I don't like pragmatism when it's invoked to defend like a status quo that is harmful, and just being just like, oh well, but you know, it is how it is. I like pragmatism when it comes to understanding that there are ideals and then there are realities, and that the realities require balancing and understanding a lot of nuances. Not talking about policy, I'm talking about Amazon acquiring a small business key to an area in terms of employment. So now you have lots of unemployed in the area. Wait, why would you have unemployed in the area? Wouldn't Amazon acquiring a company... to be fair, yeah, mergers usually usually do cause like a loss of employment for a lot of people, but that loss of employment is first off mostly centered, as far as mostly centered on middle and upper management. That becomes redundant. And then further, loss of employment is usually tied to whether the merger was made in a strategy of like acquiring and then cost cutting, which is more something that hedge funds do. That's more of a hedge fund strategy. To certain hedge funds specialize in it. They buy companies once the share prices go down enough, and then they sack the companies. They like start laying off everyone. They maximize profits in the like shittiest ways, but still legal ways possible, just to like wring as much whatever is left out of the company, then sell whatever assets the company had, like real estate, etc., and come out with the profit coming out of that. Those kinds of mergers. You mean cash cows with private equity? Yeah, exactly. Those kinds of mergers definitely will lead to mass unemployment if like a city has been relying on that like factory or whatever. Because the factory eventually is going to get closed and all the hardware in it will be sold, etc. Usually, to be fair, usually those strategies target businesses that are already on their way to failing. But Amazon, like, if Amazon is acquiring that business with the goal of operating the business and not just helping it fail in a profitable way, then the people who will lose their jobs will be like middle and upper management. It won't put the whole city that's been relying on that company out of a job. It'll put part of them out of a job. It's not going to be the disaster you're describing, unless they do go for like aggressive cost cutting, etc. No companies like Amazon would do that to not just hedge funds and private equity. Yeah, I acknowledge that. They absolutely they can do those kinds of strategies as well. And if they do that, then that would be pretty disastrous for the local community. Absolutely. Now, as far as fining that or not goes, I think that the approach a lot of local governments take for that is they will usually. At least what I've seen here in France is that governments will try to broker and stand in those kinds of mergers and acquisitions type deals when they feel that it's necessary. So what would happen is that you would have you would have unions and government officials brought to the negotiation table to try to figure out a compromise that works in that takes into account the workers' interests. And even if there are no government officials, you could you would definitely see if there's a proper unionization, you'll definitely see like union pressure, and then political pressure, because like unions are inherently tied to politics, and will bring government in. To try to balance it out, and that will be usually done in a proactive way. It won't be after the fact fining of Amazon. It will be proactive in like perhaps the local government or will veto the acquisition, and will be like, well, actually, unless you show us that you have a plan for growth of the company and not sacking the company, we can't really let you acquire it. Like this, we're gonna have to like block the acquisition. And in a lot of countries, the government has that power to block a merger and acquisition if it's seen as detrimental to society. Especially if it's seen as going against antitrust laws. Those are like probably the gold standard of the government stepping in and preventing a merger or acquisition. But it also happens in the situation you described of a local government or town, etc., being very reliant on a specific business functioning. Though, to be fair, like, it's also better to, you know, why are you going to listen to that Seymour Hersh video today? No big deal. I am interested. I want to listen to it. The problem is, I'm going to have to, like, end the stream soon. Honestly, I was going to end the stream an hour ago, but I got into the whole like debate with Zero Class here, and didn't want to leave you hanging, Zero Class, because those are interesting topics. I like this discussion, and I'm enjoying it. But I do actually have to like go to sleep, and well, actually, I'm probably not going to sleep. I have some work to catch up on, so yeah, I need to. Oh yeah, I warmed up some tea. Yeah, I'm gonna like make some tea, get some caffeine into my blood going. And hey, thanks for the follow, Zero Class. Your mom is a nice topic. She is. She's a very nice topic. So is yours, Elysium. Thank you for stream. Good luck on work. Work. Look, these books don't read themselves. A quick coup. No. I actually have to like finish up some shit. Yeah, I saw the follow, Zero Class. There's like notification and everything. Thank you very much for the follow. And this sorry for earlier. Like that like a few moments where I was being condescending and everything. I really do try to be like respectful with differences of opinion and everything. But I'm still a dumb fucking human being. So I hope you'll accept my apology. For that, you've been respectful towards me, and I should have been towards you all along the line as well. Yeah, no, I gotta like finish up some web dev shit and some IRL accounting stuff. Could be a comfy video to listen to while working. Yeah, the thing is, I'm not gonna work on stream. I want to listen to your video on stream, Magic Turtle. I'll definitely stream tomorrow. No, wait, shit. Tomorrow evening, I have to go see my friends. I'm actually gonna go out with some IRL friends tomorrow evening. So I might, if I stream, it might be like a short early afternoon stream, but probably might skip the stream tomorrow. And then Saturday, flexing having friends, huh? Yeah. Saturday, I may or may not stream. I'll stream Jump King, don't rage. Hells yeah, go see Bukra or Exploded Knees on Twitch for the dank Jump King stream. On Saturday, I'll maybe do the Virgin Veranda with Melon. It's a podcast where we talk about relationships and we talk about relationships and love and everything, and us being like online version nerds and everything in between. But maybe we're not gonna do that. Don't care about that. I'm low-key playing devil's advocate. I'm not that capitalistic, even though I'm going into investment banking, so your insults didn't do anything to me, lol. Okay, cool. Glad to hear that. And I appreciate the devil's advocate thing too. Like, obviously, it's important to be able to argue against different points of view. It's a great way of testing my own beliefs as well. It might not seem that way, but I'm honestly genuinely open to like changing my mind when faced with like different facts and different arguments. So I actually do like hearing like different arguments that people can levy against things I believe in. But yeah, Saturday it mostly depends on how my like afternoon date goes. Okay, maybe she'll stay here with me, and then I'm definitely not streaming because I don't have a Chatterbait account. Okay, so yeah. Like, I advocate for public option, and I agree with not relying on philanthropy. Okay, interesting. Then, okay, but maybe next time, if you pop into the stream, I'd be really interested in what would be your counter arguments to the arguments you gave me. I would be interested in like what you think is the like correct dialogue tree in the like debate we had. I would be, I'd like to hear that. I'm definitely against price gouging within healthcare. Okay. Then we probably agree on a lot of things. Then yeah, I'd be really interested in how you would have like argued my side if there's things you disagreed with how I argued them. So on and so forth. But like not now. Now it's like actually 2 a.m. I don't know if you caught it. I live in France, so time zones, all that shit. I imagine you live in the US. Oh, it's friends. We see. No. Tomorrow it's with friends. Saturday it's with a date. Lol. Okay, most of those I pulled out of my ass, so it'll take a minute. All right, don't worry about it. And it's also for next time. I could. You'd probably tell that though. Well, the thing is, they're like things I heard. I would like imagine from a hardcore libertarian, from like a really different world perspective than the one I have. Or there's like a lot of the assumptions and observations I make of the world are like completely incoherent with the worldview that genuinely like believes the stuff you argued for, right? Like how to bridge those two different worldviews is really interesting. How to like actually connect them. Anyways, yeah, I like I said, it's 2 a.m. I wasn't planning on streaming this late. I'm gonna cut my losses though. But yeah, if you ever hop back into the stream another time, and you wanna discuss that, I'd love to like hear like what would have been your defense if it would have been any different than how I tried to defend my perspective. So yeah, love you all. Thanks for watching. Hope you had fun. I'm gonna send the raid over to SenpaiChao as well, since that's where the raid has gone. Or Chinchilla has sent it. Let's see, creator dashboard. I'll definitely be back. Awesome. I'd love to see you back. Yeah, go if you're gonna hang around and still watch some streams. You can definitely watch SenpaiChao. He talks politics too, more than me actually, honestly. So you can go hang out with him. Making a quick name man and meme. Uh-oh. All right. See y'all. Bye bye. Take it easy, you two. Start raid. Raiding in 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, we're raiding. Oh, we're raiding him. I'm so sorry.